Hello? Oh my god, guys! I see red on my screen. I see red! I see red! My bitrate is so, like... It's so low. I don't know why. What's going on? Oh my god! What's happening? Oh my god! This is what happened when I come back from my break? Not really. Is it a break though? But... This is what happened when I come back to streaming! Hello everyone. Hello Whipplewolf. Hello Senso. How are you? How are you? How was your day? I'm just gonna power through. Hopefully it'll just, you know, go up and be green. You know? As long as my stream don't crash, right? Yeah. Probably, yeah. Today we are gonna try to finish The Evil Within today. So I don't have to play it for another day. Please. This game is so long. I'm good. Very excited for tomorrow. Let's go! Whipplewolf, it's someone's birthday. I'm planning to stream tomorrow, Whipplewolf, just for you. To draw something for you. Yep. Or should I do it in the morning? I'm not sure. Maybe. I'm okay. How about you? I'm good. Today was a very rough day. Very rough morning for me, but it's okay. Yep. It's all good. All good. Yes, sir. It's fine. It's life. So tiring. Now I just wanna give up and like play video games. Hello Chewy, welcome. Yup, it's Whipplewolf's birthday on the 13th. The 13th. Happy birthday, Whipplewolf! Happy birthday! Oh my god, I known you for like 2 years. Whipplewolf, holy damn. Oh my god.
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
Thank you for the resub, Yoshi. Thank you. Also, thank you for the like. Thank you. You're gonna be watching me from the closet. Oh my god. So thank you for the head pass. Thank you. I have arrived. Welcome in, Chaos. Welcome. Welcome. Same that was live, just smoking and playing games tonight. You're smoking? Chilling. You're smoking? Like a joint? Like actual smoking? A joint? That's crazy. Oh my god. Should I take you to rehab? Good luck finishing the game, Shannon. My name is not Shannon. Stop calling me that. Yep. Did you start getting ready when I posted the GIF? Okay, actually I started getting ready at like 8:50. 8:50 and I was gonna start at 9 p.m. But then, okay, I was having some technical issues. For some reason, my game kept going to like my third monitor. Well, not my third monitor, but my drawing tablet. Also, welcome in, Zen! Welcome! And like, it wouldn't transfer to my main monitor and I was getting so angry, guys. So, you know, I had to like restart my computer and everything, try to fix it. And here I am. Also, my bitrate is being a little Debbie Downer right now. It's red. Why are you red? Oh my god, my stream better not crash. Oh no. Remember what has been following Shinobi with 2s_ for 2 years and 2 years, 2 months, 13 days and 2 hours. Sheesh. Oh my god. Since has been following Shinobi with 2s_ for 1 year, 4 months, 4 days and 16 hours. Guess what, Shin? What? Chicken butt? I wanna play Grocery Store Simulator alone because I have no friends. You have no friends? What about your friend from like Austria? The one with the really nice voice. That friend. Is that the same friend that does the really nice ara? So welcome, Nick Crimson. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How was your day? I love how soon you said my bitrate and it skipped a little. It did? No. Oh no. Oh no. You know, as long as my stream don't crash, it's fine. He has no PC? Oh no. Oh no. I would love to play Grocery Store Simulator. Is it free though? Is it free? Is Grocery Store Simulator free? You stole my glasses. How dare? How dare you? Bloody hell! No? It's not free? Hi Shinobi! Hello Ishan! Hello! Welcome in! How are you? How was your day? My bro gifted it to me? Really? Oh my god. For your birthday? Or was he just being nice? Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Yep. I'm planning. Hopefully, I finish the Evil Within today. Hopefully, that's my goal. That is my goal. Does not matter how many times I have to restart my stream. I am gonna finish it today. I'm not playing this game anymore. Oh my goodness. Yeah, early birthday present. Nice. You're gonna be playing that game IRL soon, Shannon? Twitch is dying down? What do you mean Twitch is dying down? Twitch is dying? Yeah, you need to finish and restart Dead Space? Yeah, I do need to play Dead Space. How long have I been playing this goddamn game? Like a whole month now? I mean, I've been streaming for like once a week. This is like part 6. It's so long. Oh my god. And that is what she said. You're slow as fuck. I know. I don't know. This game is so long. It's such a long game. Like, how many hours? Like 40 hours of gameplay, right? 30 hours? But to be fair, you haven't streamed for a few weeks. Yeah, I know. I haven't streamed for like 2 weeks, guys. School has been killing me. I don't even know if I'm gonna graduate, if I'm being real. That's killing me. I don't even know if I'm gonna graduate, guys. Oh my god. But luckily, I only have one assignment left, which is a 10-page essay. Really nice. I cannot wait to do that. Wow. Nice. It's due in a few days and I haven't touched it yet, but it's okay. I will finish it. 10 page? Yeah, 10 page. Take 5 tries to beat one boss. It's hard, okay? It's hard. You don't graduate, I'll unfollow? No! Wolf, no! Then you won't be my #1 follower no more. You'll be number 130. Oh no, not 130, 330. That's a lot. Check out Gemini. What do you mean check out Gemini? Yeah, it's a lot. It's okay though. It's okay. It's okay. I can finish it. It's easy, you know? I just gotta drag my words and make it sound like I'm smart, you know? Which I am. Okay, guys? I am very smart. You know? Yeah. Yeah. You better make it, Shen. I will make it. Yes, sir. Oh, is that a boar smell? I smell it. I smell a welcome in. How are you? How was your day? X what? You gonna QQ with? Oh, welcome in, Riz. Welcome. Can get a taste of this Shinobi? Yeah, I'll get a taste. I like eating goat. No, don't eat a goat. That's bad. That's bad. Oh my god! Welcome in, Folk! Welcome! Hello, Folk! How are you? How was your stream? I was looking for like an hour. How was it? How was Need for Speed? I'm very smart. X to doubt. Ah, I see. This is more always reminds me of intense scoping and hawk to. You spit on that thing. That joke was so overdone. I'm so tired of it. That sucks. Stream was fun. Nice. That's good. That was a low hanging one. Yup. Volkswagen. You guys always call them Volkswagen. The hit the Hawk Tour is potentially facing jail time for insider trading. Yeah, for the coin thingy, right? The coin, her coin thingy. Is that why? I'm surprised. Like she's still like relevant, you know. And you know, somebody said this and like I can't get it out of my head. They said the Hawk Tour girl, her voice sounds like a cartoon character. And like if you listen to it without looking at her, it sounds like a cartoon character. Somebody said she sounds like Chowder. Chowder? Is that the name? That cartoon show? Yep. Promoting the crypto then selling it all? Ah. I see. Hawk Tour coin? Yeah, Hawk Tour coin. How did people fall for the Hawk Tour meme coin? I don't know. Yeah, you have Sims, you know? Just like how all you guys fall for my scam in the, you know, the points redeemed. Shan, quick, favorite X-Men? Deadpool! I don't know a superhero that much. But I love Deadpool. I'm getting old. I miss so many memes, so fight them late. Yeah, me too. Imagine being my age, Wibblewolf. You know, you start using old references that the new generation doesn't know about, and like, I don't even know. I don't even know what Skibidi still is. I mean, I know about it now, but like, I low-key still don't really get it. But I get it why it's a meme, but like, I don't get it. Like, on an emotional level, I don't get it. But I get it, you know? Like, I get it, but like, I don't get it. You know? Yep. Start playing? Aren't you like 1 or 2 years old? Yeah, I am. I am 1 or 2 years older. You're right. I've been talking for like 20 minutes. Deadpool's a mercenary, not an X-Men? Well, that's because they won't hire him. You know, freaking Wolverine. I don't know. I don't know that much X-Men. I think I only know Wolverine. Yep. He goes with the X-Men from time to time though. Yeah. Imagine being my age, bro, 30 years old and I'm still not going to start succumbing to wheelchair. Oh no! Hey. You know, as long as you're still with us, buddy. You know? I still don't don't get what Skibidi is and the sorcerer joke? Oh my god, Senso, I explained the sorcerer joke. Sorcerer? I hardly even know her. Because sorcerer, it sounds like sorcerer. Her, you know, like H-E-R, like fucker. But I hardly even know her. You know, you get it's not even that hard to explain, so you just won't understand. My favorite out of the X-Men group is Julie B. Julie B, like the YouTube channel. That's not thank you for the redeem, Whipple Wolf. Thank you. You just repeat a joke and you say you explained it. I did. See, like what MP wrote. Fuck her. Damn right. No, not that part, but fuck her. But I hardly even know her because. Oh my god, I can't explain this. Julie B. Jubilee. Sorry guys, I cannot read. Also, welcome in, Mama. Welcome in. Welcome. I totally forgot your message. It went by so fast. How are you, Mom? How are you? How was your day? Cause sorcerer isn't word. Sorcerer isn't word. No, sorcerer is a word. It's a word, yeah. Because sorcerer, I hardly even know her. But the word sorcerer is not a word though. But the word sorcerer is a word, isn't it? No, I'm not. What? Oh my god, I don't know. Might be famous. Shen, I got 2 subs. You got 2 subs. Congratulations, Werewolf. Congratulations. Shinobi, what's your favorite game of the year in 2024? Game of the year in 2024. That came out in 2024 or like that I've played in 2024? I actually don't know though. That's a hard question. A game that I played in 2024 that I liked is probably... I don't know, it's probably Resident Evil 2. But a game that came out in 2024, I don't know. I don't know yet. Oh my god, Jollibee? I love Jollibee. See, I'm not putting. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm about to sleep for my exam. Oh, good luck. Break a leg, literally. If you actually break a leg, you get to go to the ER and then, you know, get excused for your exam because you broke a leg, you know? Yup. Yeah, you got auto-modded. Sorcerer. But sorcerer is a word, is it not? But the word sorcerer is not a word. I'm so confused. I don't know. You're disgrace. Santa's having a schismic meltdown in the right, but you know I am. I talk to myself a whole lot. It's just so sad. I don't know why. I think that's why streaming is so naturally. It's so natural to me because I'm basically talking to myself. You know, is like I've done this multiple times. Well, every day. You know, I'm crazy. I don't get it. What do you mean you don't get it? Congratulations, welcome in Montreal, welcome in Levi. How are you? How's your day? I only play Road of Tanks console. You addict, Werewolf. That's crazy. Nope, he's Korean, so just not making it up. What? Then you should go up to him and be like, Shabal. Shabal. No. I'm kidding. JK. A little bit. You should just go with something like, this song is a banger. Banger? her? I hardly even know her. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, chat is not real. You guys are all in my head. Like, what if all of this is a stimulation, simulation? You know, like what if I'm like in real life I'm actually just sitting on a couch talking to my therapist in a rubber room, and like you guys are not even real, and like, you know, I'm talking to. Never mind. With rats? Yeah, with rats. 1,400 hours in 1 year is fine. That's crazy, Wolf. That's crazy. Is that what you do all day? Shin's just gets up for all the energy drink and staying up almost all the time. Yeah. I don't know why, guys. I'm on my second can of Monster today. Yeah. And like, I've been staying up for too long, guys. Like, 36 hours. I've been staying up for like 2 days and going to sleep for like 12 hours. That is not normal. And needles? Needles? Needle? Never mind. Need needles? I like needles. Well, I can't speak for everyone else, but I'm not real. You're not real? But you're real to me! No. Pretty much, yeah? Oh my god. You're crazy. You're crazy! Yes, so where's our 24-hour stream? Bitch! Did you just call me the B-word? I don't know, man. I don't know. I know I said I'll do one. Maybe. I don't know. In the future. My internet is not doing so well right now. Not doing so well. It's barely surviving. Yup. I need to fix my PC. A whole lot. I need to clean it up. I have too much junk in it. Like, my space is running out a whole lot. And I really gotta clean it. And I have so much space. I'm using like 2 USB. I have 2 like other SSDs, and they're like almost off like filled. Dance Robot Dance, yes! Dance Robot Dance. Like the BGM. Did I hear something about Barry? Yeah, you guys are all B words. My birthday, you won't? Yeah, you're right, I won't. You're right, I won't. You do it the wrong day? I don't know what type of friend you are. You're right. Not gonna lie, Mom, I don't even remember what your birthday is. Okay, I have a small brain. I need to write it down somewhere. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down somewhere. I just gotta find it, you know? You know, it took me like 5 years to remember like my IRL friend's birthday. You know, I ask her every year. Yeah. Anyone want to play Grocery Store Simulator? Oh no, we're November 26th? Wrong! It's October 26th. Alright. Here we have The Evil Within. Yep, so close, so close. 32nd of December. Yep. Alright. I'm pretty sure I'm near the end, right? What chapter am I on? There's 16 chapters. Now on chapter like 12. Alright, hopefully the volume is like not too loud. Hopefully I remember the controls. Okay guys, it's been 2 weeks since I like oh my god, Joseph! Actually it's not assistant because I'm a mummy and I don't date my birthday. It's a modern time. You don't date your birthday? Of course you don't. You think you wanna go on a date with your birthday? Wait for me, Joseph! Wait for me!
We won't know unless we get down there.
Okay, go
You're
down.
there, hang on. We're coming.
That's what he said. Ha ha. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, grow up. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, September 1st, 2012. Myra's gone. I haven't heard from her in days. Went to report it, but they think I'm crazy. Her car, her computer, some of her belongings are gone. There's no sign of foul play. Everyone thinks she left me. They keep talking about my drinking, as if it has something to do with Myra's disappearance. Except that they're not treating it as a disappearance. They look at me like I'm to blame for her leaving. But I know she didn't leave. Someone took her. She was getting too close to something. But what? 24-hour stream? Oh my god. Maybe. Should I do a 24-hour stream? I don't know. Maybe I can. I don't know. Play Valorant for like 24 hours. We will see. I'll leave too. You'll leave too. Okay.
Am I ever getting out of this place?
Am I ever getting out?
It's been a while since your last visit.
Hello. Oh my god. What's going on with birthdays? We are discovering birthdays. I don't remember Mom's birthday. He's getting mad at me. Sorry. Sorry. Do I have a key? No, I don't. Okay. Let me look around. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. Wait, do I even have enough? Oh. I have 3K. Can I even get anything with 3K? Can I even upgrade anything with 3K? I can't sing the rest of it. Nope. No, why do you think I stopped myself? Now, after you finish this, it's straight to Dead Space. Why do you keep calling me the B word, Mom? Language, sir! Oh, you should know my birthday is next month? Yes, I remember Chaos! It's January... something. How dare? He's not calling you Barry, he's calling you a bitch. Okay, guys. No? Fighting me? You want... Oh my god, he wants to fight, guys. You heard that? Ooh. What should I upgrade? Agony bolts? Explosive bolts? Stock? Handgun ammo? The amount of handgun ammo that can be carried as extra stock. No, well, we're just gonna do this. Yeah. Okay. Good. Sen is really asked his birthdays. Yeah, I have a terrible memory, guys. Terrible memory. You asked me like what I did like yesterday. I don't even know what did I even do yesterday. Oh, I took an exam yesterday. That's what I did. And then I went home. slept. And then, what did I even do after that? I don't even know. Play Pokemon. I've been so like addicted to Pokemon, guys. Is not healthy. Not healthy at all. Make me a bottom? You wanna be a bottom? Why would you wanna be a bottom for? Okay, what did I do here? How do we get down? Do I just continue forward? When you say handgun ammo, I could swear you were speaking Korean. 아, 진짜. Pokemon's crazy, right? Oh shit, you get a chance, you should check out the mod comment on Mummy? Really? What did you do? Hey, how do I get down? How do I get down? Joseph? Can I talk to you? Oh. Pretty sure I'm not supposed to go there. Here? Okay, checkpoint.
Is that acid?
Is that acid? I'm like snorting packs. Hey yo. Hey yo. Wait, there reminds me, there should be a shiny Rayquaza even in Scarlet Violet. Ah! I'm dying! What the hell? Wait, is this instant death? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Find me a Pokemon TCG right now. No, I can't. I'm using my phone as my camera. Okay. Oh, that's it. Deactivate this. I didn't know. Okay, I did not know. Say 아 진짜 한간 암호요. Is that even? Is that even right? What the heck, MP? What the heck? DM'd it to you? Okay. Wait, is Joseph not gonna follow me? How do I crouch? It is okay. Oh, barbed wire. Okay. Oh no! Joseph!
What could cause this much damage?
Oh my god. I'm a sassy baka sugoi.
Sticking out of the ground? Yeah. But look how it's positioned. If we can get over that,
God,
we
you're
might
so
be able to use it.
kawaii desune.
Let's just
Sorry guys.
concentrate on
I don't know why
getting
I act like this. You know, like, I act like that in front of my siblings, and like, they started acting like that now. Like, let's say I go shopping with my sisters, and then they'd be like, what's that one thing Shen always say? Oh my god, this is so kawaii desune. And I'm like, don't do that ever again. It's weird. It's weird. Okay, it's weird. Do I go here? Oh, ladder. Oh, is that not? Can I not go there? Okay, I can't go here.
Out of ammo?
Fuck, I don't have ammo. Magnum, shotgun. It's a sniper. Oh, we had ammo. It said 5. Oh no, wait, no. Stock 0. Okay, 0. Three. Okay. There you go. No, you. Confused Middle European noises. Oh. Go! Over there. Wait, what about Joseph?
No, don't risk it. Hold on.
Yamete.
I think I see another way
Sensama. Sumimasen. What confused Middle European noises? What does that even sound like? Okay, hopefully nothing attacks me here.
Damn it. First Kidman, now.
Joseph. Oh my gosh, guys, it's Christmas time. You guys notice my Santa hat? Oh my god, not this guy again! Oh, I fucking hate this guy. He never dies. Do I have to fight him again? Is he gonna like resurrect again? Oh. Scared. Okay. It sounds like was. You don't know that you are still untainted. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't know, but I know a GIF that shows gasp in Spanish, and I still don't know what that means. Okay. What was I doing? Can I hide her? Can I hide her? I don't know what that means. Mom. They're gonna go away. Take that. Where is he? Okay, tripwire. Can I kill him? Sneak attack? No. No! Fuck. Stop shooting! Oh my god! No! Oh my god! Hold on! I forgot how terrible this game is. Reload! What the hell is that? What the heck? What the hell is that? What the heck is that? I don't want to get touched. Holy shit! Oh shit! Nice! Nice! Oh shit. Bro's coming to get me. I need ammo! I need ammo! I need ammo! Goodness gracious. I don't have ammo. Change bolts. Explosive bolts. Where is he? What the hell is that? Did they both die? How are you not dead? It's explosive! What the hell? Oh my god. Oh my god. What's that? Is that ammo? Shotgun ammo? Oh my god. Oh my god! Ah! Oh shit! Wait, he has an explosive bolt too. Are you gonna punish me by kissing me? What the hell? You're lonely in your grocery store? Oh no, Move! Oh no. I thought you had more friends. Okay, I can't go there. Okay. This time we're gonna go silent. Sneak attack. It's not gonna come here though. It's a tripwire. Okay. You might not shit, but I want to get touched though. Ayo, ayo. Walk across. Take that. Two explosive bolts. Oh, take this. Take that. I could lure him to come here. Come here. There's this on him. Is he not dead? Come here, come here. He's not gonna step on it. Oh, noise, noise. Who's the other dude? Who's the other dude? Okay. We need Shen to get Tangia. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Okay.
Out of ammo?
No! Why is my ammo sucks? I'm just gonna reload him. That's okay, that's okay. Okay, make an AI of myself? You should totally do that. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna need you guys to be quiet for a bit. Quiet. There's a guy there, right? There? Pretty sure there's a guy there.
No, God!
What do you mean, no God?
God, please, no! 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 No!
Oh shit. Oh shit, he saw me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where is he? Where is he? Silence, what's that? Remember how just the voices in your head. We don't stay quiet. We talk to you. You can't escape us. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What am I gonna do? Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room full of rats. And I hate rats. Because rats makes me crazy. You enjoy talking to us too? I really do. It's been a while since I streamed.
You suck.
Okay, fine. Never mind. I was gonna say something heartfelt, but never mind. I take it back. Jesus Christ, guys. Where's that dude here? Don't turn around, don't turn around. Do more? Oh shit! Oh shit! Can I go across? Burn his body! So you don't get out. Okay. Can you drop something for me? Okay. Anything else? Nothing? I'll lock you in a rubber room. Rubber room. I love a rubber room. No, I could really imagine myself being in one. Is that bad? Like I feel like the rest of my life I could see myself spending it like in jail. Or like in an asylum. Is that normal? He just bring him alive and be like, hey yo, can you drop something? Yeah, cause I need stuff, okay? I need stuff. I don't have items. Okay, there's a guy right there. No, 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 no. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Turn around. Fuck, there's two of them there! What the hell? Don't look at me! Don't look at me! Every now and then I get a little tired. Don't come here! Don't come here! Is he gonna walk here? Bet I'll make one, lock you in there. Oh, really? Okay. I don't want to kill him. I feel like he's already killed than the other dude. Turn around. Can I even kill him though? No! Oh my god. Stop! Oh shit! Revolver? No, I don't have ammo. No ammo? Grenade? Run! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh fuck! I don't need to save that. What the hell? Get grenade! Get grenade! Get grenade! Oh my god, I don't have anything else, guys. Can I make bullets? No? Okay, agony bolts. I could do that. Only one? I'll take it. Where are they? Can I just run? Do I have to fight them? I'm just gonna run. Anything else? Anything else? No, 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 no. Fuck! Fuck! Bro saw me! Oh my god. Oh shit! Oh fuck. Oh shit! Fuck. Oh fuck! Run! Sebastian, run! Oh shit! Oh shit! Get out of here! Oh fuck. Oh my god! Come here, come here! Are they gonna jump over? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Stop! Stop! Yes, Sebastian, get out! Oh my god. Why? I need ammo! I need ammo! I need ammo! Oh my goodness. Jesus Christ. But I wanna look at Yushin. I enjoyed the view. Yeah, I will. Give me a few years. I'll build a house and have the floor plan and have a secret room, which is a ruby room specially made for you. Specifically made for me? Oh my god, how thoughtful. Damn. Must be nice. Okay, grab this. Come over here! I know you see that. Come on. Oh, let me make ammo. Should I make explosive ones? Oh shit. Did he die? Nice, nice. Nice. Oh, he did not die. He was not dead. Okay. That guy is right there. Can I go back? Mommy over here rewriting the Notebook? I have never seen the Notebook. Isn't it like the Notebook, like, I don't know if this is like they broke up, right? Or something? Or like he left and then she found like all these letters from him that he wrote every single day. Is that what the Notebook is? Or am I thinking of a different movie? Where did he go? Turn around. Okay, take this. Why does it keep giving me matches? I don't want matches. I want ammo. Okay. He walks here. Okay, he doesn't get hurt by acid. I'm gonna go here. Is this guy gonna kill me? Don't turn around, don't turn around. Okay, there's another guy right there too. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore you, okay? Oh my god. All the walls will have pictures of all the people you admire. There will be all the people I admire. Oh my god. Isn't that me right now? I'm not totally crazy, guys. I mean, you know, if I like person, I'm gonna put their face all over my wall and look at it forever, you know, and like maybe I'll kiss it. I don't know. I swear to God, I'm not crazy. Oh shit. Okay. There'll be a TV in the room playing that one song you ain't used to sing all the time. There'll be another TV with a gaming console and a computer set up with another corner. Mom, is that not my room? That's literally... Your bed in this rubber room would be a futon. There will be cameras in each top of the corners of the room. There will be 2 buttons that you press. One for water and then one for food. You know, that sounds like a dream though. Do I have to pay for rent? If I don't have to pay for rent, then I'm so down for it. You know, free food, free living, free space. Oh my god. He's gonna leave. Oh. Ah, shit! That sounds like a great plan. No, you don't play? Yeah, that's freaking that sounds like a great idea. You know? I'm scared to go. Oh my god. You guys know what's one thing that's making me like so anxious? I don't know why, it shouldn't be, but like I wrote a letter last year to Shen in 2025, and it's scaring me a little bit. Cause I low-key really want to read it, but I'm low-key scared of what I kind of wrote. I don't know. Does that make sense? Okay, go down. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, Shen writing a letter? Yeah! A letter. I love writing letters. Okay, dead end. Okay, shotgun shells. Alright. Am I gonna fight him? What is that noise? Is it getting closer? I can't tell. It's okay, I found an old journal where I wrote all my depressing thoughts. It scares me. Oh my god. You guys know I've been writing in journals nowadays. I used to like back in like when I was in high school and stuff. And like I haven't written a journal in so long. And I was like looking through my older journaling stuff and oh my god. I found this really really weird one that I wrote. It was really weird. It was about a dream that I had. And it got so weird. Really weird. Really weird to the point where... Wait, this is kinda real? What is he doing? Getting closer, Shen's like, oh my god, I forgot that person existed. No, it's kind of like, oh my god, I had this weird dream about this stranger in my dream, but I don't know his name. And then now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, wait, this person actually exists now. You know, it's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's like I dreamt. I dreamt about a person I didn't know way like years ago, and then now that I'm thinking about it, this person is exactly. Like the description, the description of him is like exactly as one person I know, and it's really weird. It's really weird. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm going crazy. I don't know, guys. It's like there's no way this is a coincidence, right? Oh, he got auto-modded. Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird. Rats? Can I go here then? Follow the rat? Wait, where did I go? It's a dead end. Oh. It's okay. I have deja vu about people I've met in the past 2 years. Really? You might have shaman powers. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't think so, Mom. I don't really believe in that stuff. But it's really weird, though. It's really weird. It's really weird. It's like driving me crazy. Also, Shen, I'll be a rat in the rubber room. Whole outfit and everything. You just see like a life-size rat. Oh my god, Mom, as a rat furry? That's kind of cute though. No? Can I go here? Okay. Turn around. No, I can't break that. Oh, what is this? Give me item, give me item. Max? Okay. Shen calling me cute? Never. Oh god, you're so kawaii desu. Oh my god, what the hell is wrong with me? Oh my god, what the heck, Shen? Okay, I need a key.
No, not that way. No.
Wait. You? Never? She only calls me sussy?
You figured it out yet?
Sussy?
He loves tormenting others. Has to let them know he has the upper hand. Lays out the bait, gets his victim all worked up. His unholy traps. When it was happening to me, I could see what was going on. I could see it, but I couldn't turn back. I had to know. I had to know the truth, and he knew it.
He knew it.
Castellanos.
Lady.
Lady!
Am I going crazy?
If one
Those crazy ones. Lock me in a room! A rubber room! Okay. Follow. What do I do here? Can I save? Okay, I'm on chapter 13. Chapter 13. Okay. Oh. Mansion burns down. Century-old mansion burned to the ground. Arson suspected. Victoriano estate burns to the ground. Arson suspected. Whereabouts of reclusive owner unknown. Did I do that? Was I the one who burned it down? Joseph? Missing Crimson City Police Detective Joseph Oda. Wait, it's Joseph Japanese? Oh my god, no wonder I'm so attracted to him. Disappeared while returning home. Several eyewitnesses claim to have seen him searching Crimson City for someone. Is he looking for a love interest? Cause I'm right here. I'm sorry. Joseph Oda disappeared while returning home. Several eyewitnesses claim to have seen him researching for. Oh, okay. Got it. Not to wait for the wall to clip that other one. That's my favorite Blink 182 song. Oda Small Things. Oda. I've never listened to Blink 182. I'm too young for that. So I don't know what song you're talking about. Is that legit the title? Oda Small Things. Why are you doing it like this? Oh, like that? I don't know, bro. Born later? I don't know. Shit, we need to educate you on music. I'm sorry. I was born in like the 21 Pilots era, okay? Is that everything here? Wait, I have 6K. What can I get with 6K? And then, man, you play it right now? You've heard it though? I've heard it, actually. How do you want her to do you? No excuse. She was never born at all. Sideways? Hey, yo, what do you mean? That's crazy. That's wild. Shen knows my music taste. I do. I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know. Ha 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 ha. Comfy? Jimmy, you wild dog. Sniper rifle. 6K. Explosive shock. Should I do more bolts? I don't think I could. I don't really know the crossbow thingy. Syringe. 30K. Weapon. Pistol. Okay, let's do this one. A handgun. Okay. Is it Australian maybe? Saying fuck me sideways? Is that real? Woof. Alto Itoshi? I think the only common ground I know between me and Shen is the fat rat. I love the fat rats! I love the fat rats. I really want to go to like the fat rats like concerts or show. I really do. Hey, can I have more in here? Can I get out? Okay. Elevator? What do I do here? Go here? Syringe? Can I use that right now? Alright. Well, let me reload my gun. Okay. Oh, another syringe! Nice. What's this? Okay. Oh my god, they're giving me items! Am I gonna fight something? No. Don't give me items. What's that? Okay. Does anyone here listen to hardstyle? No. Can I kill him? No! Fuck. No! Run! What the fuck? Did they kill him while crouching? Oh, that's okay. That's... Oh, ammo. Can I go in? Wait, what? Wait. Oh my god. I'm scared of concerts and stuff in Cali. Why? It's fun. Going to concerts is fun. I love seeing performances. And then, usually I cry right after. I don't know why. I think it's because, you know, I want to be there one day. You know, performing on stage. And then, you know, after seeing people so happy on stage and performing, you know, I get so sad because I'm like, oh, I want to be like that one day. But it would never happen, you know? And then I get so sad because, you know, I don't know. You know what I call that? Post-concert depression. Like, I'm having so much fun, but now it's over. Oh, so sad. Oh, what's this? Oh, a pizza here. I'll be honest, because a lot of shizzles have been happening, especially to Moon girls. I think a lot of girls, like just girls in general, you know? That's why you never go alone, you know? You always stick by a friend. You know, don't ever leave your group. That's like #1 rule. Never leave your group. I'm gonna go listen to it. Goodbye, Shen. Goodbye, MP. Have a good day. And I'm just here now on Scarlet, hatching all my eggs, trying to get a shiny Charmander. Nice. You know, take this Shen luck. Chaos ticket. I have very good luck. Hopefully. I don't know. My luck has been really ass this past couple weeks. So hopefully, you know, you get some good Shen luck. Not the bad ones though. Oh, that explodes. You wanna explode? Joseph? I don't think that's Joseph. I don't think Joseph is here. Maybe he's still on the top floor. Right? Is he here? Do I go here? Can I break this? Oh, nothing? Okay. It's not too late. MP can still be your producer. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of gave up on like the music thing. I don't know, guys. Your name and that comment aligned to a song you should listen to. Called Here. Oh. Here Come the Mummies by Pants. But what if your group leaves you? Then it's not your fault. I don't know, Mom. You have a terrible group then. It's a womp womp moment, you know?
Oh God, now what?
You just want me to take your bad luck away from you? Hey, I didn't say that, okay? I didn't say that. Where do I go? Do I have a... Okay. Is my lantern ready? Oh no. Am I gonna fight him? What the hell is that? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Where'd I go? Fuck. Jump over that! Jump over that, no? Fuck. What is it? Okay. What the hell? Okay. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Now she get distracted from my sussy comment, then post her cover and reach. Oh, one also, how the time people go to rave and get intoxicated? That's the whole point. You don't go to a rave and not get, you know, drunk. You know, the whole point of going to a rave is to get super drunk. Not super drunk. You get super drunk, they're not gonna let you in. But it's to have fun. You know, it's the only time you get to be free. Yada yada. You know. It's all about self-expression. Okay. I go non-intoxicated. That's okay. A lot of people do that. Not last time, but like one time I went to like I went to a rave. Like one of my friends, her boyfriend got super drunk and we lost him a little bit. And then we found him by the paramedics. He was sleeping on the ground. Well, we didn't find him, but like his girlfriend found him. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. No, go back, come here! What the hell? Okay. Why there's so many traps here? I can have fun at a rave and not be intoxicated to where people can fuck me over. That's okay, Mom. A lot of people go sober. It's fun. It's all fun. It's all about having fun, you know? Okay. We do these two traps first. Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna go on the... Okay. No going to the left side. We go to the right. We go to the right. We go to the right. Maybe not. I don't know. Okay. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Don't burn me. This way. This way. No! Okay. Fire! Oh, come here. Come here. No, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. How do I disable this? Another side? Fuck! I didn't mean to do that! Oh my god. okay. It's okay. But I also think I won't ever go to a rave. I'd rather go to a concert every single every K-pop girl like that. I prefer that. Yeah, that's okay. You don't ever have to go to a rave. People have preferences, and that is very valid, you know? Not like going to a rave is like, a must do, you know? But it is a good experience, I say. The vibe is very nice. Whenever I go to a rave, there's always nice people. Oh, the 19th is when the Shiny Rayquaza event starts. Ooh, nice. 19, isn't that like next week? Like next week? Next week? Fuck no! Why did it didn't show up? The option didn't show up. Okay. Scared, yo. What the hell is shooting me? What the hell is? Oh fuck. Okay. What the hell? Why is it hitting me? Oh my god. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Get it off me. Get this validation off me. You don't like validation? Yes, Shen, do you have Scarlet or Violet? I do. I don't think I touched it yet, though. I haven't touched it yet. I think I started the game. I think I did. I honestly don't even remember if I did or not. But yeah, I have it. I just haven't played it yet. I haven't got the time to play it. Whenever I play Pokemon, I need to like grind it for like a whole week. No, don't follow me. Oh god. Okay, come back. No, come back. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, please. Don't hit me, please. Can I restart? Fucking shit. Bloody hell. Oh my god. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, bloody hell, bloody hell. Okay. I gotta go to the other side. Please don't hit me. Oh my god. Please don't hit me! Whoa! Fuck. Oh my god! Don't hit me! 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 Don't explode, please. Don't explode, please! Don't. Son of a B-word! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Okay. I never gone to the TCG myself. Really? You should. It's really fun. I know some people who only play it to collect cards. Okay? Because of gacha. And I'm a little disappointed. I am a little disappointed. How are you gonna play a game but not enjoy what the game is? That's a F you to the devs. You know, as a Pokemon fan myself, okay. That's shameful. Oh my god! Oh my god. Jesus Christ, please. Please don't come here! Please! Oh my god. Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ. I just open my packs once in a while, then fight every AI there. And when I have nothing to do, when I really have nothing to do, yeah, fuck you, Shen. Play the game as it should be played, you know. Okay. We're gonna do this slowly. Slowly. Okay. The thingy is... I can't go over there though. It's blocked right there. It's blocked over there. Don't come here! Don't come here! What the hell? What is... Okay. Oh my god! Disable that! Disable that! Disable that! Okay. I'm scared. Okay. Don't come here! Don't come here, please. Don't come here. Oh my god! Okay. Hurry up. Hurry up. Okay. Checkpoint, please! Checkpoint, please! What checkpoint? I don't get a checkpoint. Don't tell me I have to start over if I die. It's over here. Nothing? Dead end? Oh god. Oh god! Joseph? No, I didn't fight him. I didn't fight him. I will play you like you should be played, girl, off the street. That's mean, mom. That's mean. Oh, oh shit! Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Heal, heal. Run, run. Fucking run! Fuck. Goodness gracious. Just said you coward! How dare you hide? Okay. How to kill this guy? Woo! Oh god! Okay. He's dead, right? No! What the hell? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Did I just shoot that? Oh! Oh shit! Fuck! Wait, what the hell? Oh, oh my god! I don't know what to do. I missed! Who are you? Oh fuck! Stop! Stop! Get out! Get out! What the heck? Chase on man? Chase down the hallway again? Sorry with the truthers. Damn, you're right. Oh god. Oh. Wait. You got this? Disable this, disable this. Fuck! Oh my god! You hate! Fuck. Jesus Christ! Like that guy just rocket shit. He did. Wait, how do I? He's just gonna keep coming back, right? Go here. Where are you? Where are you? Woo! I missed the first shot. I mean, what the hell? You kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god! You're not dead? It's fucking meat! Oh my god! You butch! You butcher! Oh my god! You butcher. Okay. Ow! Butcher? Stop chasing me! Ah! Butcher, I hardly know where. The freaking Roomba, bro. Okay, Magnum, handgun. I'm gonna die. I don't want any more heals. I'm gonna die that freaking Roomba. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the heck? How do I kill him? How do I kill him? He's annoying me so much. I hate fighting this guy. Okay. Where are you? Where is he? Where is he? Come out! Come out! Woo! Fuck! Okay. I shoot that? Oh fuck. So annoying. Oh shit! Okay. Joseph? Joseph? Go in! Okay. Carefully. Shane, you struggling? No. Can you... Look at me. I'm not struggling. I just made it. See? Look at that.
Damn it. Fuck.
What's happening? Are you struggling? Starting to rage and feel annoyed? Let me diagnose you with a solution called Alt F4. It immediately takes away your struggle and gives you nothing to stress and worry about. You know, you're right. But my keyboard doesn't have an F4. It's a 60% keyboard. I don't have an F4. If I had to press F4, I had to press the freaking like FN button. And that's too much work. That means I have to press 3 buttons.
Find Kidman.
Find Kidman. Okay. Magnum? Shotgun. Oh, fuck. Nothing? Nothing. I gotta add as you started reading. You know what ads? You can subscribe to me on twitch.tv/Shinobi's2eyes for just...
I guess she's
How much is it now? Like $5.99?
What's she after?
Shot o'clock in 7 minutes. Is it shot o'clock? Guys, I've stopped drinking. It's been a while since I drank, and you know what? I feel a lot better.
Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god, Itoshi! Welcome in. Oh my god, the goat is live. Yes, the goat is live. How are you? How was your day? Also, thank you for the resub for 6 months. You just drank 2 weeks ago, no? I did. Was it 2 weeks ago? I don't even remember, guys. Oh. Okay, more handgun ammo. Is this the right way? Drink a few days ago? Whoa. I am dead, bro. It's too hot right now. It's too hot. But I'm not in Australia.
Leslie, you can go home.
Are you sure about that? Because I'm not in Australia
All the
yet.
way home.
No, Leslie. Not today.
Leslie!
Joe,
With another group of friends because they are on when
That's my job.
I'm on. I'm like, Shen, what do you mean? What do you mean? I drank 2 days ago? Yeah, Whippoorwolf! Is Helly come here? Is it? I don't know. I would love to visit Australia one day. Australia is like one of my top places. What the hell? What are you
It's not
doing?
your fault. I'm sorry.
I really want to go to Australia one day, but I don't think I could live there. The weather is not for me.
You don't understand.
It's too hot for me.
You don't know what you'll become.
I hate going there.
I've seen it.
Take your clothes off and show me.
You understand what
Yo.
love is after.
Hey yo, mom.
So tell me, what is he after?
He's after Leslie.
Is this the end of chapter 13?
What, he needs to finish his science project?
Don't patronize me. I have orders. I can't let him have this boy. Leslie is the only one he can.
Oh my god. Oh no, Joseph! Wait, why is he always getting hurt? I swear to God, every time we have Joseph, like he's never like. Oh my God! I swear to God, every single chapter where Joseph is there, he gets like, he gets hurt. Crazy. Chapter 14. Why is the video delayed? Is it delayed? Like I'm hearing the sound before it plays? Really? I don't know why. Oh, the scene?
Joseph,
Just that one scene?
you've got to be alive.
Probably a glitch. Ulterior motives. Why go down the escalator? Okay, Joseph. Probably OBS can't handle that scene. Probably. Wait, is there anything here for me to grab? Okay. Some juice. Brain juice. Okay. Oh, some more brain juice. Is this ammo? Okay, shotgun ammo. Can I go here? Okay. Oh. Okay. Noise. Matches. More juice. The OBS can't handle Shen. You're damn right. Nobody can handle all of this. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Shen making her computer OBS how over and overwork. It really is overworked. It's like it's on 24/7. No rest at all. Like I probably like shut it down like once every like 2 weeks for like for like 5 hours, and then I wake up and like, you know, play again.
'Cause I love you. 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 'Cause
Note from Myra. My dearest Sebastian. If you receive this letter, then I fear the worst has come to pass. It means that my investigation got too close to the truth. It means that you may never see me again. I'm sorry I kept it from you. But it was to protect you from either the truth or my madness. I've enclosed a copy of my files. I only hope that you would never receive them. But if you do, it's up to you to finish what I started. Please, find justice for Lily and for me. I love you with all my heart. Myra. Was that good voice? Was that good voice acting? Can't handle a 4'11 girl. What do you mean, Rebel Wolf? Oh my god! I could. I'm a, you know, it's a lot to handle. Then your voice was soft. That was what I was trying to go for. What the hell? Is he throwing like explosives everywhere? I just hit it like that. Why won't it explode? It won't explode. Come here, loser. Come here. She's 310. I'm not 310. I'm not 310, guys. I'm 5'11. Very small, not small, not small. Fuck, never mind. Never mind, never mind. I didn't think it was gonna explode like that. Never mind. Turn back around. Can I kill him? Wait. Burn his body! Burn his body! Can I grab these? Is it worth coming here? Is it worth it to go here? Can I shoot him? I'm scared. Grab this. Grab this. No, 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 no! Fuck. I'm dead. I'm so dead. What the fuck? Yeah, she's 4'11. No, no, 5'11. 5'11, guys. 5. Number 5. I'm gonna throw explosives everywhere like that. That's what she said. Just barely tall enough to ride the rise of Disney. Okay, you don't gotta keep mentioning that. Okay, Chaos. Come on. Oh. Should I go in here? You have no chance against a 6'1" fanboy.
Think you should use your
You know what? Give me a stool and we'll see. Give me a stool and, you know, we'll see about that. Oh, mommy? Wait, can you not go on Disney ride? I could! Yeah, I could. Just like how I could drive a car, you know? Okay, save it. Something else. Something else. Fire at office. Office linked to foreign intelligence burned. Arrest made. Building housing community outreach center burns to the ground. There were allegations the center was a front for foreign intelligence. I see. Anything else? Okay, I have 8K. What can I get for 8K? Can I upgrade my handgun again? How much is it? Yeah, she's not a queen at Disney, she's a villain. I would love to be a villain. a villain is. They have more fun, you know? Damage multiplier 12. Fire rate. Capacity. Let's do this. Okay. That's good, that's good. So she can ride Disney rides? She drives the car with the seat all the way up? I do actually, okay? I gotta like pump it like to the max. If not, then I can't see the freaking road, guys. Like only the kids rides, like it's a small road in Peter Pan, but not Tower of Terror or. Guys, I could ride rides. I rode the Superman ride before at like Six Flags. That's you know, that gotta say something, right? That gotta mean something. Is you dead? Free bottle. You are not dead. I'm gonna smack you with it. It did not smack you. Can I take your axe? I want your axe. Can I take it? I wanna steal it. I'm gonna steal it. I can't take your axe. That freaking sucks. That's okay though. Oh my god! Oh my god! Fucking hell! Bloody hell! Get away from me! Why won't you die? I shot you so many times! You just step on my bullets! Oh my god. Can I bury you? Can I bury you? Don't get up, don't get up. You're dead? Okay. Can I bury your body? Just in case? Alright. That took 8 fucking bullets. Now I don't have any bullets. That's okay. Oh my god. Astrology geyser? Astrology? You mean astronomy? Oh my god. Follows the North Star. Oh my god. Die, bro, die. Can I bring your body? Take that. Shit, you used all my bullets too? You have bullets? Okay, how do I open this door? Now understand why fast food places put the signs up so high so she can see them. Okay, buddy. Well, she doesn't even know what we're talking about her. I know what you guys are talking about. I can see that. Okay, I see it. Astrology of the constellation around the sun. And it's part of astronomy, yes? Is it actually though? I thought astrology is just like horoscope stuff. Right? Every time I mention astrology to my astronomy teacher or professor, he gets so mad. You guys wanna know something so... Oh my god. One time for like, my astronomy class. This is so freaking embarrassing. For my astronomy class, right, we had to do like a discussion board. And like, I wrote astrology instead of astronomy. Alright? And my professor called me out on it. And he showed it to everyone in class on the big screen, okay? On the big screen. He was like, look at this person spelling astronomy as astrology. And like, guys, I was so embarrassed. You know, luckily I was sitting in the front row so I couldn't see the people behind me. It was so embarrassing. Oh my god, I can't believe I remembered that. I don't know, oh my god. I hate it. I hate it. I can't believe I blocked that. I blocked it from my memory. I didn't want to relive it ever again. So I could come over here like that. I'm just gonna run away. Oh fuck! Brother! Bring you! Bring you to pieces! Fuck. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Oh my god!
Out of ammo.
Oh! Oh! Get away from me! Goodness Jesus Christ! I'm dead. Okay, I cannot outrun this. I can't outrun this. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a astronomy class. Yeah. Okay, now you can get the thing you missed. Yep. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. This game is so freaking long. Okay, I go here. Go. Okay, crouch. One shotgun bullet. That's all I have. One shotgun bullet. That's okay. Just one shotgun bullet. Can't go there. Can I shoot that thing so it falls? Is that possible? Okay. Wait, they gave me sniper ammo. Sniper? Can I shoot that guy? He's not dead. He's not fucking dead. Why is he running here? Don't run here, please. Why won't you die? Ah! Why won't you die? Why won't you die? No, don't fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god! I don't think I can outrun this. Gotta go fast. It hurts. I'm dead. Okay, how do I... I don't know what to do here, guys. So turn around, look towards the left. Look towards the left. Like when I'm in the train. Turn around, look towards the left. So Shen, pay attention. Shen is a one pump chump. Is that shock? What was a one pump chunk? In the hallway? That hallway? This hallway? Oh, this hallway! Oh. Okay. Am I not supposed to go through there? Okay. Cause there's a little door right there. Okay. Gotcha. How did I kill this dude though? Okay. Oh my gosh, she doesn't know what a water pump chump is? No, I don't know. It's okay, you don't need to know then? Okay. Okay. Does this guy not die?
Out of ammo?
Okay, buddy. Get your ass here, buddy. Okay, never mind. Oh my god. I can't. Let's just go. No, run! Stop that! Run! To the left. I can't go to the left! What do you mean to the left? Left means nothing! Fuck. Get away from me! Get away from me! Run! To the left. No! Don't shoot me! Get up there! Sebastian! Oh my god. What the hell? Don't touch me! Put your hands! I don't have ammo! Leave me alone! I don't have ammo! Leave me alone! Get up there! Sebastian, run! Why do you run so slow? Fucking shit. Oh my goodness gracious. Turn around and look left. Before you open the gate. Ah, before I open the gate. The pig? Turn around, look left. Look left. What am I looking at exactly? What? You did, oh, I didn't turn around? Look left? Oh, this? What? Oh, that's it? Just the juice? Okay. Jesus Christ, guys. No, I can just freeze them, right? Oh, how do I switch? Okay. Yeah, one frozen. Proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's try the silent strat. But it's hard because I can't kill the juice guy. Okay. Can you snipe out the guy with the machine gun? Oh fuck. I didn't mean to do that. I could try. Turn around. Silent strat? You mean coward strat? Yes. I am a coward, okay? That'll be the perfect way to transport you into the rubber room. Nice! Oh my god! Nice, 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 nice. He's running here! What the hell? This dude!
Emotional damage!
This dude! Shit, he's kicking me. This dude! I swear to God. Is he dead? Is he dead? This dude, I swear to God. Oh my goodness. Okay. Are you coming to get me? Who's coming? Oh my God! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome, welcome! How are you? How was your day? Thank you for the raid, Seneca! Welcome, welcome! How was your raid? Oh, how was your stream? What did you do? Welcome in, raiders! We silly swimmers are lured by your scent. My scent? My girl smell? Is that girl smell? Was super fun. Marvel Rivals was so good. Is it? Oh my god. Should I play it too? I heard it was really good. I've been hearing good things about it. Look at that alarm didn't even go. It didn't go off. Oh no! I gotta fix that. Womp womp. Technical difficulties. It's been a while since I streamed. Like, I think everything reset it. I need to refresh stuff. I cannot stop playing? You cannot stop playing? Then why did you end stream? You should have kept streaming. Okay, I have a bottle. I can't go here. Cannot go there either. Here? Oh no, water? Is that gonna come here? Scared, guys. Scared. Confess to do a 24-hour stream? No. Well, you see, to a good point. She kept streaming, you know? Don't come here, don't come here, don't come here. He's actually gonna come here! Oh my god. Punch him! Oh, punch him, punch him! Burn him, burn him, burn him! Punch him! Burn him to the ground! Oh! Fuck. Don't hit me! No, 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 no! I'm dead. I didn't think there would be so much there. I thought it was only that one right there. Good night, Chewie. Have a good. Oh my god, I had to start over here. Good night, Chewie. Have a good night. Sleep well. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Oh my god. Do a 24-hour stream but spread it across 24 days. Good idea. Good idea. Alright. You probably saw your bright ass light. You know, you're right. He probably did. Rest well. Rest well indeed. Exactly. Oh, god. You guys. Okay, okay. I'm ready for this. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired. So thank you for the redeem. Thank you, thank you. Nice shot. Nice shot. This guy's gonna come here. He is a loser. I missed. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's a-okay. That's a-okay. Burn him. Burn him. Burn. Go on top. Go on top. Are they gonna come here? No, 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 don't shoot me. He sees me. I need to kill that guy. Oh. Switch, switch, switch. Turn around. Stop! Don't shoot me! Okay. Oh my goodness! The text with the Pharaoh's presence. I saw some of the characters people make in PSO2. What is PSO2? But yes, the raid is going super well. We like raiding the codes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're being too nice. You're being too nice. Oh my god! Oh my god! Can I just make a run for it? No! I was literally trying to disarm that! Get away! Oh my god! Bro, get down! Down! Oh my god! I'm running. F that. I'm running. How do I... Okay. How do I get past this without dying? Come here. That was terrible. I don't have any ammo. Oh, I have a grenade. That's fine, easy. I messed up badly. I messed up badly. I don't have the ammo. So thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Dementia? Not dementia. stream. Welcome, welcome. I don't have any ammo, guys. It's that MMO I showed you the other night. Oh, the MMO, the one that you were playing with Hobby. Okay. Welcome, welcome. How is your day? How are you? Welcome to the stream. My name is Shinobi. I don't know. Meeting new people makes me nervous. I don't know what to do. I'm a goat. Okay. Turn around. He doesn't die there. Okay. Oh. Is he gonna freeze to death? Here? Okay. Go quietly. Quietly. The goat. You beat, but I'm alive? That's good, that's good. As long as you're still with us, is what I tell everyone. Okay. Oh my god, look at him! He has one leg up. Oh, heals? Wait. Heals? Okay. Harpoon gun. I know I'm a little slow, guys, but it's okay. It's fine. That is some emote right there. I know. So, is this supposed to be saucy? I was gonna question what it is, but I didn't wanna. I didn't wanna ask. He died a cutie pootie. Sussy? Is it sussy emote? We love sussy here. We love sus. Isn't that right, chat? Isn't that right, guys? We love sus. Can I shoot him from here? Is he dead? In fact, he should be dead, right? That's gotta kill him. That has to kill him. Oh. Handgun. It better explode. Okay. Yeah, they're really finding every possible way for me to. Where's my ammo? No. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You know, at least I don't gotta shoot. At least I don't gotta waste my ammo. Jesus Christ. Okay. Can I shoot that one? Okay. Thing to grab. There's another guy there, right? Where is he? I hear him. I don't see him. Is he behind here? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, he's right there. He's right there. He's right there. He's right there. Stop. I can't shoot you, bro. I can't shoot you. I miss. Okay, nice. That's all of them, right? At least they combust this time. You're right. You're right, you're right. Where's my checkpoint? How did you miss that? Maybe don't question it, okay? I'm using controller, okay? It's hard to aim. It's hard to aim with a controller. Okay? Sir? Okay.
Gotta be a way to get up there somehow.
I have to cross that, huh? Smells like a skill issue. Well, you know what? You know what I'm hearing right now? Bullshit. Oh, shit, fuck. Die. Is he not dead? Burn! I don't have ammo! Get down! Get away from me! Run! Go! Oh, fuck! Where did you come from? Jesus Christ! Oh, heal? I'm gonna need that so bad. Okay, place this. Break this. Okay. Let's go, W shall we? Thank you. Okay, now how do I get out? How do I get out? Go. Up here? No? Can't go up here? Oh. Another heal? Anything else? Nothing. Okay. Thanks for the head pats. Thank you. Arigatou gozaimasu. Oh, never mind. I take it back. No, thank you. Okay. I had to go here. Can I burn it somehow? Can I punch it? Oh, wait. I can burn it. Okay. Checkpoint. Please, I don't want to go through that again. Ah! Oh, fuck, that shit scared me. Moshi. Look at this idiot. Look at high voltage, keep out. Can I electrocute him? Is that possible? Are you alive? Can I burn you? I knew it. See? He's alive. Oh. Turn around. Turn around, Sebastian, please. That's some Silent Hill shit. I know, right? Okay. Go here. There's Shen asking consent to burn someone? Yeah, consent is key, right guys? Consent is key. That guy's alive too, I bet you. Can I burn him also? Can I also burn you? Oh. I'm scared. Oh! Burn! Burn! Oh my god! Burn him! I don't have any matches! No wonder. Fuck. Kick him! Oh my goodness. Consent is hot. Very hot. You know what else is hot? You. Wink wink. so sorry. Is that weird? Sorry, that's I don't yeah. What about me? What do you mean? What about you? Your Purple Wolf is a 10 out of 10. A French fry. You know, he's tall, blonde, hot. Okay, how do I? I'm not gonna die very. Okay, if I crouch, I'm not gonna die, right? Is that guy alive? Oh. I knew it! Come here! Come on! Get electrocuted! Come on. Hell yeah! Uno reverse. Okay. Anything else? Anything here for me to grab? No, nothing. God, I have one grenade. What's this? Ammo? What is that? Why is it moving? Why is it moving? I do not like this. A rat? What's this? Oh no, is this a boss battle right here? Oof. No, I wanna save. I wanna save. Journal of Sebastian Castellanos, December 20, 2012. No word from Myra since I received the packet. I'm afraid to take this evidence to my superiors. What Myra is suggesting is horrifying and may reach corridors of power beyond my reach. But the evidence she provided is enough to convince me that Lily's death was not an accident. They finally accepted Myra as a missing persons case, but refused to involve me. They say it's because I'm family, but I think they consider me as a suspect. The investigation has stalled, but for the sake of my family, I will continue the investigation on my own. Wow, wow. He cannot just sit tight. Alright. Shinobi more Shinobi more hot than Peppers? Oh my god, I'm flattered. I love Pepper. I love spicy stuff. Haha, 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 wink, wink. Okay. Over here. What are you looking at?
Have you forgotten something?
I don't know. You tell me. Okay. Let's do a double save. Just in case. Just in case. Wink, wink. Alright. What? What am I looking at? Wait, it's her! Her name is Tatiana? Her name is Tatiana this whole time and not Lady? Nurse at Bacon Mental Hospital.
But she's
She's gone. Can I look at this? No? Tatiana, missing. Tatiana, I'm gonna butcher this. Gutierrez? Gutierrez? Nurse at Bacon Mental Hospital. Disappeared while working a late shift. No evidence of her ever having left the building. Okay. Anyways, you finally beat the boss dog. Yeah, I did. I hated it. I hated it so bad. Oh my god. I celebrated it like my life depended on it. Gutierrez? Gutierrez? Is it actually Chut though? Gutierrez? Oh, what's this? Oh, am I supposed to look at that? Huh. Me. Look at mine first. That's how you pronounce it? Yeah? Ah. Dang it, I missed it? Yeah, you missed it! It's a common Spanish surname? Huh. I see. And Filipino surname? I mean, it makes sense, right? Because, Philippines were like... They were like... What's that term? Taken over by the Spanish or something. Oh no. Can I? I don't want anything to kill you with. Don't fall there, don't fall there, don't. Explode, please. Kick him! Kick him! Is he dead? Okay. The power of kicking, guys. Okay, I need to switch my guns. That's it? That's all I have? Can I make some? Change bolts. Firebolt. Okay. Should I make another frozen one? Yeah, let's do it. Okay. There you go. Alright. We've been colonized. Yeah, colonized! Yeah, throwing the grenade on one enemy is kind of overkill. I don't have anything else, okay? You know? Oh shit. Tentacle! Tentacles? By the power of your foot in his ass? Exactly, right? Exactly! By the power of ass kicking. W Shinobi, best at gaming. Yeah, I'm a crack gamer. Okay, checkpoint. Okay, at least I don't gotta go back. Give me that jar, give me that jar. Shit, I can't run here? That's so messed up. That's so messed up. Okay, harpoon. If I knew I was gonna get that, I shouldn't have made it. Oh fuck. That's how you liked it? You like tentacles? I didn't know there's a trip right here. Oh, wait! Thank you! Wait. This is great! Oh fuck. It kills me. It hurts me though. But this is great! This is great actually! Can I... I'm gonna get hurt though. How do I... Is it worth the pain? Is it worth the pain? Is it worth it? How do I get past it? Oh.
Shit.
You know what?
Gotta
This
be
is,
more
this is
careful.
great. It's worth half my health. So worth it. Oh my god. Even the game thinks you need help. You know, I'll take it. I'll take it. What's on this side? Anything here? No? Can I burn it? Give me item? No item? Oh. Okay. If I shoot it... Nice. Give me a key. Flesh walls? Yum? What do you mean, yum? What do you mean, yum? Flesh walls. Oh my god. Can I shoot this one too? Grenade? Give me that. It's so frozen. Oh my god. I just made it. Please. Okay. Okay. I'm still playing grocery store alone? Oh no, we're below. You should like, you know, make friends. Best part of a chicken? I love chickens. Honestly. I like chicken more than I like beef. Okay. Got this. Do I have a heal? No heals. Okay. Is that a heal? Oh, it's a freaking jar. I don't need jars. How we me how? I'm not really big beef eater. Like guys, I have never had steak before. Like medium rare steak that you would get at like a restaurant. I have never had it before. Is that bad? I don't think it's bad, but like, should I try it? Wait, is the water rising? Oh no. I love chicken. I love fried chicken. And like, pork. She never had meat before. Hey. What kind of meat are you talking about there? Oh no, they're giving me ammo! Okay. Is he gonna grab me too? There's meat? You tell me, girl? I don't know. I've no idea what you're talking about, Toshi. It's the kind of meat you eat. What you mean? Like chicken, pork, beef, you know? Yeah, that kind of meat. Yeah. Exactly. You're being too sus, aren't you, stepsis? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. Break these boxes! Can I not break them? Are these not... I guess those are unbreakable. Okay. I'm gonna get crushed, am I? Stop being sussy! Okay, no more sus, guys. Grow up! Jesus! Jesus, guys. Grow up. I feel like this is here for a reason, and I should not touch it. Oh shit. You're right in front of me. Oh shit. Woo! Okay. I feel like... Can I bring you? Okay. Oof. Kick him! Run! Burn him! I missed so many shots. Yeah, Shinobi's so innocent. True, true. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so innocent. Yeah. That's yeah. Very innocent, guys. Very. We're talking about food shit. I don't know why you're so sick. I don't know why you're so sick. I was also talking about food. You know? Wait, where did you come from? Get away from me! Oh goodness. Die, please. Okay. I gotta fix my loadout. Okay. This. Handgun. Sniper rifle. Grenade. Okay. What the hell? You still alive? I thought you died. Is he not dying? Why are you not dying? Okay. Food is yum. I love food. What is you guys' favorite food? I don't even know what my favorite food is though. If I like think about it. I have no idea. I could go for some meat. I love meat. Yeah, definitely. Wait. Oh shit. Fuck, I missed! Oh my god. You dead? Can I bring you? Okay. Jollibee? Love Jollibee! Wait, do you guys have Jollibee in Australia? Oh. Get away from me. Fuck! He didn't move away from me. Oh, I'm just... Fucking... Get away! Jesus Christ! How do I skip this? Oh my god! What the heck? No way I die like this! No way I die like this! It's so squishy! Oh my goodness. What do I do? Okay, I started all the way here. Started all the way here again? Oh god. No? Oh, you guys don't have Jollibee. That's that. Can I burn you? I can't burn you anymore. Burn. Jesus Christ. The death hickey. The death hickey indeed. My god, it's gonna suck! Jesus Christ. Fucking run, Joseph! Ah, Joseph! I mean, fucking Sebastian. Wrong person. Oh my god. Can you freeze to that die, please? What's that a dude? Is he dead? He's dead, right? Do I have a heal? I do, okay. Oh my god. Okay, don't go here. Go here. there another guy here? No? Oh, fuck. I missed. Fuck. Get away from me! Stop! Don't chase me, don't chase me. Okay. Nice! Nice. Where did my arrow go? Where did my arrow go? At least it close to a cool kind of gross boss battle. Really? Is it gonna be like goopy, like the walls, meaty? Where's my arrow? I know it missed, but I should still be able to grab it. No. Womp womp. Lost my arrow. That's okay, that's fine. Not fine, but it's okay. It's A-okay. Okay. Tentacle? Tentacle! Boss, okay. Okay, but how close to finish the game? I don't know. How many chapters do I have? I'm on chapter 14. No, wait for me! Can I go past him? Can I go past him? I'm just gonna make a run for it. Run. Gotta go fast. Am I going the right way? I am right. Ow! Fuck! Let's try to... Get away from me! Not the team tag! Oh my god. Stop, burn you! Burn you! Burn him. Are you dead? I actually dead! Please die! Oh my god! No, he's not dead! Oh my god, he's freaking dead. Okay, oh my god. Please not another one, please. Grenade. It's okay. 2 hours of Shen don't die. No, she won't die. I'm not dying, guys. I'm not dying. Okay. How many of these? Okay. Explosive. 3 shotgun. Okay. Jesus Christ. They're all dead, right? I'm not gonna resurrect, right? Okay. 3 hours? 3 hours? No, get away! Oh my god, bro. Go up. Oh! Fuck, I missed! Oh my god. Get away from me! Get away from me! Fire! I don't want Get away from me! I'm scared! Run! Joseph, run! Oh my god, not Joseph. Fucking Sebastian, fucking run! Sebastian, please. Go. Checkpoint, please. Checkpoint, please. Checkpoint. Please, checkpoint, please. Checkpoint. Jesus Christ. 1 health, guys. 1 health. 1 freaking health. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Let me just rest until my health bar goes up a little bit. Is it not going up? Please go up. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. Who knew I was so good at running away? Damn. WWW can never be Shen. For real. Oh no! Oh my god. What did I do here? In the mouth? In the mouth? This guy? No, I had to battle him. It was like so little health. Literally, just one hit,
I
I'm
wandered
dead.
into some kind of nest.
Fuck, I don't have any more. I don't have any more matches. Okay, can't go there. Wait, do I have any? I have 4 bolts. Okay. Let's make 2 of these. 3 ammo. Okay. Okay. Skill issue? No, you're right. You're right. Don't JK. No, you meant it. I know. Okay. Oh, ammo here. Okay. 17 bullets. Okay, I can save. Come here. Anything else I could grab here? Puzzle piece. Jesus. Oh my god. What's her name again? I forgot her name. It starts with a T, right? Tabitha? Tatiana? Tatiana, right? Tatiana. Sheesh, 17 hours? God. Okay, anything? Oh, I have a key! Okay, we're playing gacha here. Let's do this one. Okay, I'll take it. 12 ammo. 12 ammos? I don't think I have 12. Wait, I don't think I could fit 12 in here. Oh, it's fine. It is fine. Anything? Nothing? Wait, how much juice do I have? 15? Okay. 15 juice. 15 juice. Upgrade time. I'm gonna upgrade my handgun. Live gold, sprint time, melee damage. Okay. Damage multiplier. 3k. Fire rate, accuracy, critical. Do this one too. Okay. I'm a lurk. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you. You're gonna be watching me from the closet. You. Thank you for the lurk. Okay. I think I'm pretty set. I'm kind of scared though. I feel like I'm not gonna beat this boss. No heals? Nothing? Why is it so hard to find heals? Exactly. Oh wait! One heal right here. Okay. Is it enough? I can survive like this. I think. Okay. Checkpoint. Oh. Peak entertainment? Actually, never mind, right? I gotta see you fight boss. No, don't watch me. It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. Oh. Should I do this? Oh wait, I took it,
What am
right?
I, an electrician?
What am I supposed to do here? Turn this on. Power that. Wait, let me look around. Oh wait, there's another one here. Okay. I'll take that. Right. No. Okay, 3. Okay, supply left aux. Pusher, this one. Can I flip it? Or not? No? Yeah? That was easy. Okay. No? Did I turn this on? It's gonna be peak. Oh. Oh, invisible tentacles? That's unfair. Holy shit. Oh god, I'm nervous. Oh god. Okay. Easy kill. Shoot in the mouth. Oh fuck. Oh my god! Hey. W-A! 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 Fucking run! Sebastian! Wait, what? No, you fucking snake! Oh my god! Ah! I'm stuck! Okay. Where is it? Where is it? Whoa! What the hell? That's not it! Oh my god! Where is it? Where are you? Come here! Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah! Okay. What the hell? Babies? Ammo! Oh, no. Give me that. Give me that. Where is he? Can I just kick them instead of? Oh my god. Fuck. Never mind. I'm dying. I'm dying here. Oh! I have to shoot it the entire time? Okay. Okay! Okay! Okay, I get it! I thought it was just a piece of dirt! Okay. Wait. I get it! Okay, I get it! I get it! I get it! God damn. Okay. Get it, get it. Stop chasing after me! my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay. Is that it? No more. Oh fuck. It's invisible, huh? Get away from me! Oh my god! I need heals. Hold on. Do I have a heal? Do I have a heal? I died. Oh my god. Okay. I get it. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. Okay. Easy. Easy. No shotgun. Okay. I need my shotgun. For those little leeches. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's okay. You're okay. Give me ammo, you little... Where did you go? I see you. I missed. I missed again. Oh my god. What the hell? Oh shit. Get up. Oh fuck. Fuck! Oh my god! You do it so well! Oh my god! Okay. Hey, where did you go? Which hole? Which hole? Which hole? This one? This one? Fuck. Okay. That's okay. Easy! Easy, easy! Easy, man! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Wait, wait. Okay. Wait. Can you drop me some ammo? Send all your kills, please! Please! Send them out, please! I need some ammo! Which hole are you at? Which hole are you at? Which hole are you at? Oh, you're not at a hole. Ammo, yes! Give me. Give me this. Where's your head? Where's your head? Where's your head? He's not sticking out his head anymore? Oh, I see. Oh my god, you fucking loser! Oh my god! Send you dumbass. Shut up! Oh my god! What are you? Oh my god, I cannot run! Stop trying to hide! I fucking saw you already! Any ammo?
Out of ammo.
Grenade. Stop! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! Fred! I'm dead! How long is this fight? How long long is this fight? How long is this fight? Oh my god. Okay. Is there a way? Am I supposed to kill it a certain way? Wait, am I supposed to go up there? Oh no, wait, no, that's where I came from. Oh. I feel like I'm supposed to do something. Right? No. Okay. Just gun? Okay, just gun. Oh my god. Oh my god! Why can't he drop me heals instead of like... I died too early. I died too early. I'm dying too early. I'm dying too early. I'm getting hurt too early. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm getting hurt too early. I can't run for you. Crap. I keep missing my shots! Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Don't hurt me, please. God damn. That fight was kind of hard. Is it? Is it harder than the other one? The lady girl? I forgot her name. Is it harder than that one? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Run a gun. Run a gun. Run. And then gun. Fuck. Okay. This one for short. I kind of want to restart. I kind of want to restart. Where are you? Are you over there? Oh my god. Okay. Coward. Show yourself. Show yourself. Show yourself. Oh, sorry, sorry. Okay. Where is he now? Oh, fudge. Wait for me. Okay. Who are you? Oh, is he here? I died too early. Oh god. Wait, where is he? Oh, he's on the wall this time. Why are you on the wall? You weren't there last. You didn't do that last time. What the heck? Oh my god. I can't do this. Oh my god, I hate that fucking harpoon gun. Okay. I didn't know he could hide on the wall. God, the last two times he was hiding on the ground. I was looking on the ground. Okay. Come on. Okay. Give me ammo! Pick it up! Oh my god. Where is he? Where is he? Where's your head? Where's your head? Right there? Where are you now? Are you right there? Can't tell. Fudge. Ah, see you, loser. Okay. Aim! Oh my god! Oh my god! Suppress it! Where did you go? Where did you go? Oh yeah!
Out of ammo.
Oh my god, is he dead? Oh no, he's not dead. Fucking hell. Okay. Let's go. Oh, see. Fucking hell! Oh my god. Okay. Do I have heals? No heals. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay, no more running. No, Mike. Keep running! Keep running! Keep running! He's the best. He can't fucking run, but fucking run! Bloody hell! Fucking bloody hell! Oh my god! For goodness sake! Don't hide in the same spot again! Fucking get away from me! He's beating me with ammo! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Oh my god! Yeah, I need to get away from the smoke. Hard to avoid. Okay. Stop chasing me! Okay. This fight is so long! Oh my god. Okay. Where are you? Oh shit. It's okay. Oh my god, okay. Can I restart? I wanna restart! Bad start! Okay, this is a bad start right here. Bad start. Is he on top of me? Oh fuck. Behind me. Okay. Oh my god! My aim, terrible. Oh, Jesus Christ. This one for sure is the this one is not that one. Not that one, not that one. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Always give it 100. Am I right, guys? Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. It's okay. Oh, which hole did you go? Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I can see you! Oh my god. I'm dead. Okay. Next one for sure. This one for sure, okay? I'm gonna be quiet. I'm locking in! Okay. Run away. Oh my god, this fucking pillar. Okay. 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 Stop that! Okay. Nice, nice. Pick it up! Pick it up! Where are you now? Oh shit. Over here? Where over here? What? Am I blind? Is he here? Oh. Okay. Was that supposed to happen? Pick it up, pick it up, pick up! Pick it up! Okay, eyes up. Oh my god. Oh my god! I missed too much. Oh fuck. I missed too much of my shot. What are you? Where'd you go? You here?
Out of ammo.
Oh fuck. Oh god, fuck! Little guys. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Why are you running like that? Oh my god. What is fine? Jesus Christ. Yes, give me a shotgun! Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Jesus Christ. That's okay, that's okay. Ah! Okay. Fuck! Okay. I use so much. Freaking! Bloody hell! Okay. He's dead! I'm just that good, guys. I'm just that good. I'm just that good. What can I say? I'm just that good. I'm just that good, you know? Come on. Come on. Look at me. I'm just too good. So good. So good at this game. Too easy. Come on, guys. Wow. Wow. Okay, checkpoint. Is it? That was too hard. Damn, I'm out of ammo and everything. Okay, sniper it is. Can I do this? No? Can I finish this? Jesus Christ, my neck hurts. My neck hurts. I'm not gonna lie. I'm shrimping over here. All right. Okay, Sebastian. That has to be the end of the chapter, right? Like just like one little short cutscene and then end of the chapter. Right? This is the end of the chapter? How many chapters are there? There's not that much left, right? Oh, ending. Where'd you go? In here? Nope. Okay, checkpoint. Oh. You're not gonna follow me, right? Okay. That is you. Soju. Okay. Can't run. Am I just walking? You will. Well, I am. Okay. You will die? Is it gonna tell me to die? You will die. You will suffer. Close enough. Close enough. It's you! Totally forgot his name. I do not remember what his name was. It was like... I know Leslie is the albino kid. There's someone here. Oh. Okay. Tatiana. Oh. I thought it was the place. What is freaking
My
this dude?
research in your name again. Did you think I wouldn't find out?
And I have done you a favor. You have no credentials. You'd never appear in a reputable journal otherwise. Nobody in the world knows you even exist.
Oh, but they will know. I have surpassed you in every way you can imagine. No matter. I have what I need. All that's left is the procedure.
Indeed. That is why we are here.
I'm just gonna take this ammo. We?
You wouldn't dare. You couldn't complete it without me.
Precisely.
They backstabbed him? They betrayed him? They double-crossed him? 3v1? I could take y'all. Elevator?
Trying to make me feel sorry for you?
I don't know why I'm laughing. He's just funny. He's pointing a gun at a freaking brain. No, I have to fight these again. Can I leave? Can I leave? Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Okay. These guys won't die? Oh wait, these guys won't die, right? They won't die? Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, how did I leave last time? How did I leave last time? Did I do this? What did I do last time to leave? Oh, why you gotta stop running right there? Are they just looking at me? What did I do? Oh. How did I don't remember what I did last time I did this. Over here. Are they gonna kill me? Oh, okay.
NANI?
Nani? I kill myself. Why are you so stinky? Why you? Why you? Where'd you fall? Yeah, wait, I was dropped. Why won't you fall down? Stop so many times.
Out of ammo?
Oh god. Okay. Okay, okay. Do you? Do the other guy while he's still down? Okay. Nice, nice. You playing with controller? Yeah, I'm playing with controller. I am. I'm hungry? You're hungry? Maybe you should like go eat. Eat these. I'm sorry. Okay, chapter 15. How many chapters do I have left, guys? One more? It's just the last chapter? Oh. Jesus Christ. This 16 chapters? That means I have 2 more chapters. Oh my god. Okay. You're close? 15 is the last? 15 is the last? Okay. Is that? Is that my wife? Oh. Oh no, that's the girl. Kidman. Okay. Boobs. Wait, that's me. You know what he kind of looks like to me? Sebastian? Low key? Oh, what the fuck is his name? The guy from Red Dead Redemption. Okay. Oh, maybe it's the hair.
Nobody here at all?
Oh. Internal Affairs interview transcript. March 13, 2013. Arthur Morgan? Yeah, Arthur! Yeah. Investigator Fee? Investigator Fee. I'm assuming that's short for like Philip or something. You know why you're here? Because you people aren't doing your job. You've been pursuing an unauthorized investigation and using KCPD resources to do so. In addition, there are reports of threats, intimidation, and physical violence. Yeah, any proof of those allegations? You'd be taking my badge and gun right now. Should I do different voices? You've obviously been careful. Oh yeah, I'm gonna give them like a British accent. Hold on. You've obviously been careful. Otherwise, we would have. But we're watching you. We're watching you. You know this is the part 2 of this game? Yeah? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, okay? You're not the only ones. What's that supposed to mean? Keep following me. You'll find out soon enough. You keep drinking like you do. We won't have to. I've got work to do. Are we finished here? For now. But you're on thin ice, Castellanos. If I get even one more report, you're through. I'll be through when it's over. The detective is supposed to be the British one. Do I not sound British? Is the accent not there? I was trying my best. Okay, you know, whatever, okay? It's whatever. It's whatever, okay? Oh, what is that big? Losing our minds?
Losing our minds.
Leslie?
Losing our minds.
Leslie!
Losing our minds.
Leslie!
Losing our minds.
Come here!
Leslie!
Losing our minds.
Jesus Christ. Don't make fun of me. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds.
This way.
Okay. This way. Okay, Leslie. This is kind of ominous. Optic nerve L.
Hey, wait!
This is unhygienic. Didn't clean the blood after news. Okay, dead end. This way. Water, BPL, What is BPO? Water? Press the button?
All right, kid, where are you taking me?
Okay. B950. Oh, IB950. Oh, LIB950. What the heck? These water canisters? Okay, Leslie. How are you walking so fast? He was like
way.
waddling like
This
a
way.
penguin.
Going to come down.
This way.
Stop yelling at me. Yeah, if only you waited for me. Okay. Uh-oh. This is the end? The mansion?
Beacon, just like Joseph said.
Beacon? No. I think he said bacon. Wait, this is the asylum? The mental hospital? Bacon? Bacon these! Bacon these! Leslie! Oh. Where's Joseph though? Kinda miss him now. Bacon Mental Hospital.
I knew it.
Knew what? What did you know? Grab this. Oh God. Where do I go? I don't know where to go. This is giving me like Outlast feels. Have you played the game Eat? No, shut it. Zip your mouth right now, okay, so? Huh? E10? Haha, so funny. E10 D's? Jesus Christ. Jeez. Almost? What do you mean almost? Okay, I am full health. Okay, can't go there. Okay. Good luck, Shannon. 결혼. Why do you keep calling me Shannon? It's like calling someone Karen. I hate it. Just stop it. Okay, okay.
Every tug of flesh pulled away from my bones until absolute darkness overtook me. Darkness and pain. 1,000 other sensations as they probed my cerebrum, examined my work. An eternity of intensity.
That's your nickname from now on? I feel you. You are like, I am not a Karen, okay? I'm not a Karen.
Ecstasy.
I mind my own business.
Blending Piercing noise. Until the darkness was
Kinda
broken by
funny.
sparks. Like twinkling starlight.
Okay, which way did I come from?
The noise.
That's where I
The
came
light
from.
blends together. Takes shape.
No, this is where I came from.
It's a place I know so well.
Yeah, this is where I came from.
My
Here,
prison.
I went there. I go here.
You brought this on yourself.
Okay. Like, I can imagine you asking me to get the manager. I mean, obviously, Senso is you. I would never ask for the manager. I hate it. I'd be like, I just want my food. Like, even if I get the wrong order, I would not even complain. I'll just take it. And oh my god, Leslie! Oh, you know, it is what it is, you know? I'm too scared to ask for ketchup or anything. Or like sauce. Okay. Am I supposed to go here? Or here? Where do I go? Okay. Wow. Wowzers. Let's go this way first. I feel like the other way is the main way. I think. This side has to be like some side stuff, right? I have to do? Or grab for the main part? Like this? No? That's it? Oh, that work? Just for 2 ammos? 2 bullets? God, I hate this game. They give you so little bullets. I hate it. It's like a whole box, but there's only 1 bullet in it. With your aim, you're gonna need those 2 extra bullets. You're right, you're right. Okay.
Leslie.
Leslie.
There.
Leslie. Come here, Leslie. Come here. Come here, Leslie. Okay. Which door? This one? Or this one? Can I even open this one? Anything here? Ammo?
By the time I
want
realized
that.
Jimenez had betrayed me, it was too late.
Jimenez?
I was so close. He knew it. Knew that I was too focused to notice when he
Is
brought
this
those
the
men.
map?
They'd
What's
never
the place?
gotten past my traps otherwise. Their
Right there,
devices
right?
are
I went through
version
all
of
of
my
that
own.
part right there. Like
The
that part right
device
there.
I should have created.
And then
My data, my equipment, my
And this room?
theories, my mind. They replaced my husk of a body with a new dimension of torment.
ah, I see, I see. Stop treating him like a dog. It's funny. It's funny. I'm gonna start doing that to you, Senso. Go to your streams and be like, "Psst, psst, psst. Come here, Senso. Senso. Psst, 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 psst." Watch. Next time, I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna be like. Psst, 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 psst. Okay. Nothing. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. We're outside. There's a door there. Okay. That. What's here? Wait, do I go here? Or do I go straight? Ah, okay, I go straight. But we are gonna go here. Just in case. You know? 'Cause I need ammo and I need loot. And they did not give me any. They gave me a jar. And a puzzle piece. That's fine. I'll take it. I will take it. Holy F, this is a lot of prep for a boss fight. You sense it, right? I can sense the boss fight coming too. I'm scared because I barely have anything. I'm unprepared. Open it. Alright, Leslie? Just fist the balls? Those arms and leg? My kicking and my punching sucks though. It sucks so bad. It's like, it's super weak. And also like, they hit you back. Is Leslie the final boss? I don't know. I don't think so. Leslie is like patient zero. You know, you gotta like protect him. I think the final boss is the guy with the hood on in the cutscene that we see. The one that got tested on. I think he's the boss, the final boss. And we gotta kill him. And get out of his mind. Can I go here? Matches? Save game? Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't even upgrade? No? No upgrading? I just started the game? You just started the game? This game? Oh wait, I could upgrade. Wait, you just started this game, Senso? Oh my god. Okay. Weapon? 19? Oh, 20? 20k? Okay, you know what? We're gonna... Magnum, shotgun. Should I do shotgun? Stock? I don't think I need stock. I think it's best if I just upgrade my weapon. I have done chapter 1? Chapter 1? Oh god, Senso, you're gonna love this game. You're probably gonna give up. I'm not even kidding. Such a long game is the boss battles are so ass. Jesus Christ. You tend to bank on the shotgun, so I see damage being a good investment. Right? Okay. Damage good. Should also do critical? Oh wait, I should just do this a lot, right? I have 7k. What can I do with 7k? Critical? Huh, can I do this too? Clip, fire rate. Reload? Let's do reload again. For shotgun. I have 1900. Fire rate. Accuracy. Fire rate. Reload time. Reload time. Accuracy. 900. Can I do anything for 900? Just gonna max it out. No. Stock? 100? 900? 500. Syringe. Matches. Should I just do matches? I'm just gonna do matches. Okay, okay. Good. It's like 8 hours, yeah? So I'm on like hour 17. I'm not even joking. Hour 17 right now. I'm barely like finishing up here. I think I'm on hour 17. I feel like it's more. What, like in game 17 hours, but I think like because I died so many times, the timer resets. So I'm like probably like 20 hours in already. Yup. I love it so much. Reload time is always good because it means your gun are loaded more often. Considering you spend a stream and have a one boss. You're right.
Damn it!
Hey, damn it. Are you gonna say something to me too? No?
Hey, I know you're out there.
You said Detroit was 20 hours and I finished it at 8? Okay, I thought it was 20 hours, okay. Maybe it was 20 hours for me because I did multiple plays. Okay, I remember it being like super long though.
Watch out for his eye.
His eye?
If you want to live, you avoid Ruvik's eye.
Ruvik's eye.
His eye.
What's that?
But you do play Detroit again, so you should do like a violent run for what was his name? The guy. I forgot his name. Should I burn his body? What's this?
Poor guy. Rest in peace.
No, I'm gonna save my matches. I don't think you're gonna hurt me here. Hopefully. Should I? You know what? We're gonna burn his body. Okay. I messed up on getting the good ending for Detroit. Really? I got the worst ending. Senso got a bad ending. He only got a good ending for what's his name? The protest guy. I forgot his name. What's his name? I keep thinking his name is Derek or something, but it's not Derek. The rich guy. Marcus, yeah, Marcus. Good ending for Marcus. Yeah, Marcus was a K. I think the hardest ending is Connor's ending. You know, almost all the time Connor dies, and it's hard for him to like. It's hard to get him to survive. Shoot for the eye. Shoot for the eye. Is this the boss battle? Shoot for the eye. Oh wow, Marcus was just a random guess as well. Really? Yeah, his name was Marcus. I love Marcus. I also love Connor too. Connor! Heals? Wait, do I need heal right now? I don't, right? No? Okay, put that there just in case. Dude. No, am I gonna have to kill all of them? This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough. Really tough. Okay. Snipe. I missed. I fucking missed. Stop, you're running too fast. Oh, get away from me. What am I looking at? Okay. Go up, go up, go up. How are you running so fast? Okay. Get away from me! Fall down, please! Oh my god! Stop! Come on. Okay. Other side. Hatches. Sniper. Oh my god! Okay. What?
Out of ammo?
Oh my god, my aim! My aim is so bad, guys. I'm so sorry. This is a very shameful run. Burn him! Burn him! Burn him! Burn him! Burn, miss! Missy, burn! Burn! Do that, do that. What does that do? Shoot the eye? Is that what I'm supposed to do? How do I get out? In here? Holy fuck. Who am I getting shot at? Oh my god, you're right there. Okay. It's fine. Is this an endurance run? I just gotta like last. Oh god. Okay. But go back up. No, why you fall? Why did you fall? Oh my god. Okay, that's fine. Can I go up? Magnum? Come here. I don't know what to do, guys. Okay. I don't have ammo. I gotta make my shots like hit. You gotta hit. You gotta hit. You gotta hit. Jump over. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Burn! Burn! Run! Oh god. Okay, hold on. Okay, shotgun, shotgun. Come here. I can't burn you. Oh, honey matches. Oh my god. Are you actually dead? Okay. Checkpoint. Hold on. I have 11. Okay. Scenario. Okay. Do this. What is coming to get me? Wait, can I grab this? Okay. What is attacking me? Something else to take. Oh. What did I take? Oh, here they are. Oh my god! Burn! Oh my god! Oh my god! Get up, get up! That's it, I'm out of ammo! Oh my god! Get out! Oh my god! Is there anything here? What is this? Shotgun? What's this? Okay. Oh, I have a grenade, right? Grenade. I don't fucking have grenades. Sniper, shotgun. We'll have one mag. One mag. Nothing here, nothing. We did. Can't take. Oh fuck! Wrong gun! Wrong gun! Wrong gun! This way. Okay, I need to run. Wait, wait. Yo, when will you die? Oh fuck, I did not mean to lose that. Can I go up here? Oh, just drop. Need ammo. There's ammo drop here, right? No? No ammo drop? How am I supposed to kill them? With my fist? No, 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 no. Fuck! Fuck! Stop shooting me! Oh my god! Stop, you bitch! No! Rocket launcher! Stop! Fucking hell! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! What's Seneca? What? That's my raider! Seneca! Okay. So ammo. Okay, I think 2 of these. One of this. Okay. Okay. And then there's a harpoon here. Let me grab this one. Up, go up. Okay. Oh wait, there's another. Oh no, no. I see another one here. Wait, why are you guys coming up here now? god. What the hell? Okay. Wait, there wasn't this much last time. Where was there? Okay, what the hell? What the F? Why are you giving me juice? I don't need juice right now. Oh my god. Are you supposed to shoot the eyes? I'm not sure. Oh my god. Fuck. Okay. Wait, give me this. Give me this. Give me. Where are you? Okay. More ammo. I'm not sure. Every time I shoot the eyes, they just close on me. Kill, kill. Can I grab this? Oh my god. Kill him. Bottle? Go up, go up. Okay.
Out of ammo.
Get down! Can I make more? I can only make one. You're not dead? Fall back down! Get back down! Get back down! No, 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 don't lose the ladder! Don't lose the ladder! Fuck, fucking bloody hell, hold on. Okay. Shoot the big guy, shoot the big guy, shoot the big guy. Burn, burn, burn! Fuck, I don't have matches. Fuck. No matches, no matches. Here. God, my punching does nothing. My punches does nothing. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Okay, one magnum. Yes, I ran out of ammo. I ran out of ammo. It's very limited, you know. It's very limited. Okay, is that guy dead? He's not. He's dead, right? Am I supposed to just fist them? Oh god. I'm like running around looking for stuff. Come on, it has to load, right? It has to load. Okay, anything on the ground? Nope, nothing. Near where you got the pack? Where did I get the health pack? Get back down! not this guy. Fuck. Get up! Oh my god. Fuck. What's to do? Holy shit. Holy shit. Go, go. I'm supposed to kill him? Holy shit. Scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. This is all I have left. Give it me! Give it to me! Get up there! Where is he? How am I supposed to kill him? How am I supposed to kill him? How am I supposed to kill him? No, he has a fucking chainsaw with hell! How am I supposed to kill him? This is BS! This is so BS! Fine. Ammo, give me ammo, please. Give me ammo. That fucking one lady can. Wait. Did I see something? I got that. I got that. Give me that. Fuck. Hold on. Go big. Go up the ladder. Go up the ladder. Safe zone. Go. Okay. It's a fucking flash. You're annoying me. Oh my god. Go down! Sebastian, you fucking... you shit. Okay. Will you give me ammo? Fucking hell. Oh, can I? Holy shit, wait. You're right. Can I? No, it's fucking locked! Oh god. Why is she still alive? Why won't you die? Oh my god. Why won't you fucking die? Oh my god. Go up. Okay. You get to come up here. Why is she not dead? Goodness gracious. Why is she not dead? Dude, how are you surviving so much? Oh my god. It has to be like... I need some ammo to spawn, please. Nothing. Like a grenade. Get up. Nothing. Oh! Get away from me! Let me out! What very cheesy strats? What is it? What's the cheesy strats? Chaos. I can use anything right now. Go! Oh my god. god. I don't even have any like crafting supplies. I can't even craft arrows. Woo! Oh my god. Too close, too close. Too close. Also, I see why you think this game is 20 hours long. That's what it says. Comment that later when he's coming out smack him. Oh, you're right! You're right, you're right, you're right. I can just smack him down. Kick him! Kick him! No, he hits me! He smacks me! He just smacked me back! Dude, he just smacked me! Okay, you know what? We're gonna try that again. Get up, get up! Before he hits that. Got it, got it. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate this game. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Give me some goddamn ammo for God's sake! Okay. Come in here. Come in, you loser. Fuck! It's hard! It's not letting me kick him. It's not letting me kick him. Goodness gracious. Goodness. 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 Okay. Word of advice when you play Dead Space, don't panic. I won't. I won't. Hold on, wait. What if I kill this girl? Will she give me ammo? Fucking, come here. Come here. Drop ammo for me. Drop ammo for me. Drop me ammo, please. Drop me ammo, please. Where did she go? She's dead, right? Body. Is he dropping anything? Just a heal! You gotta be kidding me! This is not what I need right now. God. Okay, that's okay. That's fine. Yep, cheesy strat. Let me heal myself. Okay. Come up! Come up! Come up! Fuck. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I'm doing any damage to him. Oh my god. Do you have a better idea? No, I do not. I do not. I do not have a better idea. Come on. Come up. Come up right now. Get down! Get down! Get down! Get down! Get down! He won't go down! He won't go down, guys! He won't go down! Oh, Jesus Christ. It won't open! This door won't open! It won't open! It's locked! It's locked! Oh, God. Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out. Ask him politely. Just try to hit him once or two. Oh god. It's gonna take forever. It's gonna take forever. Come on, god. Yeah, why can't they just like spawn me some ammo? God, nothing? God, I'll take a grenade. Give me a bottle. I'll take a bottle. I'll take a bottle. Just give me anything. Goodness. Oh my God. I don't know if I'm doing damage to him. That's why. When I push it, it feels like I'm not doing anything. Come up. Oh God. Come back up! Come on, come back up! There's ammo? Where? 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 Don't lie to me! Where's the ammo? Like under there? Like under there? Are you lying to me? Are you lying to me? You're lying to me. Tell me, do you bleed? I do bleed. I do. Okay. Get out! Okay. Under? You're trying to make me say underwear, huh? No, I'm not saying that. You liar. Beneath where? Beneath where? Huh, Senso? Beneath where? Okay. Goodness gracious. Okay. This is gonna take a while, guys. How's everyone's day? What did you do? I don't know if that kick is kicking. Come on. Come on up. Fuck, I missed! I missed that kick. I think it's easier if he comes this way. I'm gonna cut my panties beneath wear from today. Okay. That was a solid hit. Okay. Mother, my beneath wear happened to be solid. Oh, solid? Oh, soiled. There's Morrow. Oh my God. You soiled your beneath wear? This is the best. We're just playing Ring Around Rosie right now. Cat and mouse. I think I'm doing like 1 damage. Come back up! Come back up! He looks so cute, not gonna lie. Going back, going up and down? You think he's cute? Oh my God. Okay, two hits, 2 hits. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I don't want to start all over too, you know? I wish they could show like his health bar. I could tell. I can just sit and relax. Can you play Chainsaw Man at least? Put it back on music. Happy Come down. A beautiful start. A beautiful start. A beautiful start. A beautiful start. He's going across this time. I think I could hit him twice. I think I could. As long as I don't fall down. Like that? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a lot better, right? Oh shit! Did he fall down? Okay. Oh my god! Wow, that was so worth the wait. What the hell, guys? Oh my god! God, that took forever. What the heck? Oh my god, give me ammo. Fucking give me ammo! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. God damn, I hate this game. They gotta give me. Oh my god! What the fuck is shooting me? No way I die here. Are you kidding me? Let me see. Am I blind? Oh, fuck. Turn the other way. No, don't fucking fuck. This fucking wheelchair on my face. They only gave me... Okay, they only gave me 2 sniper rifles. Okay, 10 stock with this one. He's dead, right? Both of them are dead there? Okay. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. What a cheesy strat. Please explode. Explode, please! Nice. Is that guy still alive? No? Okay. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. My head hurts. Yo, punching that guy made my head hurt so much. I'm not even kidding. Oh my god. By the way, the name of the chainsaw enemy is the Sadist. The Sadist, I see.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Just have fries and monster energy. Oh my god! I have a monster with me right now. I have been like drinking it this entire stream. Actually, very nice. I'm on my 2nd can. Maybe that's why I'm so like not good right now. Wait! Wait. Oh, they left. You got all your weapons? Oh. I thought you said I forgot something. I was gonna panic. Okay. Hello, Ringyan. I don't know why they keep giving me Magnum a gun when I don't even get any bullets. Okay, nothing here. I chucked it in one go. You chucked it in one go? Oh my god, I cannot, Werewolf. I cannot. I'm gonna like overdose. I have to drink like energy drinks. Like I had to spread it through like time. Can I break this? I know you're gonna explode on me. Can I? No? Okay, I just wasted a bullet. It's okay. Okay. I'll take that. Okay. Close this. Just the case. Okay. Monster Rehab tea plus peach. Oh, nice, nice. Okay. Is this the end? Is this the end? Sniper. Ammo. Do I go here? No! No! Wait, no! Son of a bitch! No, oh God. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Give me that, give me that. Can I just run? I don't want to kill. Oh, fuck. I was hoping I don't fight these guys again. Fuck. Okay. Are you gonna come here? No! Fuck. Can I come here? Come here, come here. Losers. Come here! No, why are you going across? Over here, this way, this way. Oh! Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, fucking shit! Come here! Good, you're good, Shen. You are good. No, you're not good. You're not good. You're not good. You're not good. You're not good right now. You're not good right now. Okay. Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it. No, he's snacking me with a. Fuck! Fuck! Jesus Christ! Oh shit! Oh shit! Come here! I'll fight you! You think I'm scared? Run away! Run, Sebastian! Jesus Christ! Come here! Come here! Come here! Why aren't they coming? Why is it so hard to kill them? Oh my God! Why is it so hard to kill you guys? Oh, fuck! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Oh fuck! Fuck! This guy tackled me! Fuck! Ah! Fuck doing that! Okay. Go on here. Close this, close it, close it, close it, close it! Oh my God! Get up! Oh my God. I hate this so much. I hate fighting these guys so much! I hate fighting these guys so much. Okay. Oh my God. I hate fighting this guy so much. I hate fighting these guys so much. This is so messed up. What the hell? I hate fighting these guys so much. Jesus Christ, they can't give me more ammo, for God's sake. It's okay. Energy drink time? You're right. Mm. Alright. Let me loot first. And then I'll go over there. What can I make with this? 3? I kinda want the frozen one though. The frozen one costs 5. Let me see if I can find any more. And these. Okay. Nothing. Is this all? Just these? Okay. Okay. Grab this. Go back. I'm scared. Okay. I have 5. What can I make? I could do 2 harpoons. Okay, 2 harpoons or 1 explosive. Should I do explosive? I'm gonna do explosive. Okay. 1 explosive, sniper rifle, shotgun, 1 syringe. Okay. Wait. Okay. I think I'm ready. Come out, losers! Come on, come get me, fucking losers! Come on! Come on! You loser! I missed. Get up! Get up! Buddy! Oh my god. You know what? It's fine. Okay. Okay. Gonna go around, right? The hunter does the hunting. The hunter does the hunting? Not the other way around. Already. Through here, right? Through here. Can I make another explosive? I could, right? I could. Okay. Take that. No, freaking grab it. No. Oh shit! Freaking run! Jesus Christ. Bloody hell. I freaking missed. It's fine. It's okay. Nice! Oh my god. I missed. What the fuck am I shooting at? He's not fucking dead! What the hell? Oh my god! Oh Jesus Christ. What the heck? I thought he was dead! I'm not dead! You gotta be kidding me. Kidding me? Oh my god. fucking shit! You fucking, that's fucking BS. Literally BS. How the fuck? How the fuck do you expect me to kill these motherfuckers? I don't get it! I don't get it! God. Fucking get up. Oh my god, I'm trapped. Fuck. I'm so trapped. I'm so trapped. Fuck! I gotta land on that. Fucking shit! Fucking shit! That's the fucking tight to fucking Roomba. God. Oh my god! Okay. Don't laugh at me! Oh god. Jesus. Oh my god, how do, oh my god. What can I even do with this much ammo? Nothing! Okay. You know what? That's okay. Okay. You know, slow and steady wins the game, right guys? Slow and steady. Okay. Put this here. Grab this. Then this. Do I have ammo at the Magnum? No, I do not. I have 0. I can never get any like Magnum ammo. So it's literally 0. Okay. What's good here? It's good here. I'm gonna grab that. Pretty sure I can make 2 explosive. Oh, arrows. I think I could. Actually. Yeah, okay. Cause I think 2 explosives killed them. If I could get the hit. Okay. This. Shen? Get them with the bomb? I'm trying to like alert them like to come here. You know? So I could shoot it and then they explode. But for goodness sake, my aim is literally trash. My aim is so trash. Okay, I'm ready. Oh, let me go to the other side. You can disable the bombs for scrap so you can make crossbow bolts. Yeah. I'm talking about the one on the ground that they leave. That's what I was planning to do, but it takes so long to disable them. So, hopefully. Yeah. Oh my god. It takes so long though. Okay, I think as long as I could get one of them. This guy. Show yourself. Fuck, that hit me? Okay. I don't think he's dead. I do not think he's dead. Are they chasing me here? Come on, come get me! Oh fuck. Why is he not dying? Why are you not dying? Fuck. Is there anything here I can take? up. Please don't come here. Come here! Come get me! Just shoot them through the wall, huh? Oh shit! Close it! Close it! Close it! Close it! Panic! Run! Don't close me! Oh god. Jesus Christ. Oh, was it talking about the one they drove down? Oh, you weren't? I was talking about the one on the wall. I fucking suck at disabling those though. Like, fuck, I'm absolutely terrible at disabling it. I'm not even kidding. They're gonna come here, right? Come on! Come on! Open it! Open it! The other side, the other side. Close it! Close it! Close it! Close it! Okay. Okay, okay. Change bolts. Change bolts. Okay. Where are they? Open it! Oh shit! Come on! Come get me! Did that not hit him? Okay. Please! Why aren't you dying? Oh my god! Oh god. Why is there 5 here? Why is there 5 here? You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Why is there 5? Bro. Okay. Ah! Get out! Oh my god! Run, Sebastian, run. Fucking run. Fucking run. Okay. Reload, reload. Get us, get us. Come here. Come here, come here. Fuck. Okay. I need to... Where is he? I have no clue where he's at right now. Fuck! Oh god. Okay, you know, that's fine. Fucking... I can't run in the water? Or no? Run! Fucking run! Open? Nice! Okay. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. They've been busy in the hallway. I know, right? God. Jesus Christ. I hate battling these fuckers. Oh my god. They don't even drop me anything. Is the bomb still here? No? Man, why couldn't they just leave it so I could scrap it? Jesus Christ. No, it's not around anymore. That sucks! That sucks! I couldn't get like loads. That sucks so much. Checkpoint, checkpoint! Wait, did it checkpoint already?
Vic,
Did it checkpoint already? I do not want to battle that again.
you cannot keep me here.
I didn't see if it checkpoint. Checkpoint after this though, right? Okay. Okay, 0, 0. Okay. Am I not supposed to get looked at? Avoid the eyes. Oh! Oh! Oh god! Okay. Okay. I get it now. Avoid the eyes. Oh shit! No 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 no! Oh fuck! Okay, okay, I get it. Okay. That's so whacked. That part is so whacked. Okay. Okay. God. I have to avoid the light. Avoid the light! Avoid the light, Shen! Avoid the light! Okay. I need that one to come back here. What I miss? Me? Fuck! Come back, come back, come back, come back! Okay. Okay, it goes here. Hide here. Hide here, hide here. Okay. Hide here. Okay, hide here. Okay, go here, go here. Oh, do I not do that? Oh shit. Okay. Easy? Oh my god. No, 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 no. Okay. No, 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 go away. Go away, light. Go away. Oh god. Oh god, it scared me. Oh god. That actually fucking scared me. What the God. I'm joking, guys. I'm joking. Oh god. Oh my god, that fucking scared me. Oh my god. I didn't think I touched the wire though. Goodness gracious. Oh, he gotta swing his freaking arms around. Jesus Christ. God, don't swing your freaking arms, Sebastian. Goodness. Okay. No. Should I just walk through? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Don't touch the light. Don't touch the. Don't touch. Okay. That's the part where I die. You go the other way. Yeah, go the other way. Go the other way. Okay. Oh god. Oh shit. No, 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 no. Fuck. Fuck! Get the fuck out! Oh god. God. This game. I fucking hate it. Oh my god. Love it. How long is this fucking chapter? Can it end already? Oh no, is there anything for me to look here? Ammo? What is that? No? Shiny rock? Okay. You hate it but continue to play? Because I'm stubborn, okay? I'm stubborn. I want to finish it. You know, I'm already in this deep. I might as well finish it, you know? I do not give up, okay? I refuse to give up. Okay. Wait, we're here again. But the chair's not here. Okay. Oh my god. Hour 19. Oh god, hour 19. Hour 19. Oh my god, hour 19. Hour 19. Hour 19. Oh my god. Okay. Hour 19. You haven't even fought Ruvik yet? God, oh god, I know it's gonna be such an ass. It's gonna be so ass to fight him. I can just tell already. I can just tell already, oh god. Can I go here? No? You still playing grocery store alone? Oh no! We're wolf! 24-hour game? Let's go, we love it! I don't. My goodness. No ammo.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
Push the final boss to death.
Get into it because they would come run.
I will. How long is this elevator? Okay. Oh, I see people. Don't tell me they're gonna make me like do the unplugging thingy again. God. What do I do here?
It can't be.
Joseph! Joseph? Leslie? Elevator? But I hardly even know her! Ha 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 ha!
Sebastian, get away from him.
Look at her, she's just chasing him. He is the Lulu!
Sebastian, listen to me. Stop. Your interests are the same as ours.
Look, I get it. You're not just some rookie detective, and this is not just.
Oh,
some
you're
ordinary
asking he's
kid.
the Lulu? Yeah, he's the
You
Lulu.
killed Joseph
Yeah.
and you shot me. So right at this
So
moment,
we're
that's enough reason
inside
for me
of,
not to trust you.
You're the
Ruvik's
one.
mind, technically.
That's why
Yeah. And Sebastian has like memory loss.
You know who
so
this
he doesn't
kid
know what
is.
happened and
You
stuff.
know anything. You know why he
And like
can't be allowed to
Leslie
live.
is the key.
Bullshit.
Patient Zero,
It's
he's the
Ruvik.
key.
He's the one that.
god, it's 2 a.m. already? Oh my god, 5 hours already?
Leslie, stop.
Yeah, that's Ruvik. I know I always say this, but Ruvik kinda looks like I forgot his name. The bald guy from Superman. You guys know who I'm talking about? Oh, Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor. Not Leslie, Ruvik. Ruvik, because he's bald, he kind of looks like Lex Luthor. Right? Wait, I was in there the entire time? The brain. Ew, slimy. Ew, brain juice. Oh my god. Okay. Now, is this the boss battle? The boss battle? Ruvik. The final boss. The amalgam? Am I saying that right? Amalgam? Okay. Good. Woo! Sheesh! Oh my god. Is that owl? I think I just gotta run, right? Yeah, I did close enough the first time. Ah. Sheesh! Oh god. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Gotta go fast. Get your ass up! Get your ass up! Oh my god, he has braces! Oh my god. Get your ass up. Okay. You don't fuck around. Turrets? Is it turret time? You know, luckily I don't gotta use my old ammo this time. You know? Okay. Sheesh! Hold on to the cart. Don't fucking let. What did you let go? What did you let go? Am I dead? Why did you let go? Oh my god! Oh my god! Rocket launcher! Oh my god, this is such a... this is such a Resident Evil ripoff! Bro. Okay, not ripoff, okay? Resident Evil reference. I mean, haha, don't sue me. What do I shoot? What do I shoot? What do I shoot? Did I shoot his belly? His nutsack? The sack? Do I shoot the sack? What do I shoot? What do I shoot? Aim for the head. Bro, do you know who I am? I cannot aim. Oh my god. Am I gonna die here? I'm dead. Oh. Okay. Okay. He's getting the win handed to him, lame, right? Okay, I think my aim is just super bad. It fucking like spins. What the hell? What the? Okay. What? Okay. Ouch. How is he not dead? I mean, I think it's because his brains, you know, is squishy. Checkpoint? Predator? Not Predator. What the fuck is his name? Fucking alien? Fucking alien? Okay, I'm dead. Oh, I beat him. Okay, this last boss battle is kind of lame. I'm just gonna say it. Kind of lame. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. Fighting the freaking spider lady was so much harder than this. Cinematic boss fight? Ah. I get it, I get it. I kind of wish it was more of a, like, challenge though, you know? Okay. That's what I'm saying? Just getting the win handed to him? Yeah.
You cannot keep me here. Ruvik.
Ruvik. Is that actually the last,
I'm going
like
to
the very
finish
last one?
this.
Stop on it! Stop on it! Idiot. Stop on it. Damn.
Vital signs, sir.
Sheesh. Oh, it's her. Kidman. Not gonna lie, I don't even know her first name. You know? Yeah, who's the most important organ now, Brain?
Leave that one. And those two, they're not going anywhere.
The brain is an organ.
No one can.
I guess. I know. Wait. The brain is an organ, but the heart is a muscle, right? Right? Am I tripping? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. There's a reason why I'm not. The heart is also an organ? It is also a muscle. Oh my god. Know what my heart is? It's for you. Ha ha ha! I gotta stop, guys. I can't. At this point, it's just... I don't know. Jesus Christ. Ha ha ha. Please stop. I'm trying. I'm trying. Can't you see? I'm trying, but it just comes to me, you know? It just comes to me, okay? Did you know your brain is made up of 90% space? Of my space? I'm sorry. I am sorry. Is it actually? Oh no, yours. I knew it! I knew it! I freaking knew it! Okay? Jeez. Bacon Mental Hospital. That was good, MP. So good.
Go, go, go! Detective, are you all right? Is there
Where's
anyone
Joseph?
Just give me some real fresh air.
Oh, you cleared the game? Yeah, I cleared the game! Let's fucking go! Maybe text me on Discord before you draw something for me next stream. I will. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, Werewolf. I'm gonna draw it on stream tomorrow. Yep. Leslie? Is he schizo now? I'm the new Ruvik. Alright, time to boot up Dead Space. You know, I'll play on Saturday. Nice. Very nice. Better be there? Are you asking me? Are you telling me that I better be there? Wow. Wow, let's go! Oh my god. Guys, I'm so tired of this freaking game. I'm not gonna play number 2. I'm never gonna play number 2. Oh my god, this game is too freaking long. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. The freaking spider lady boss battle broke me so much. I hate it so much. That's the only part I remember. It's gonna take me forever. Oh my god. It's okay, I love it. This is a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But except for like the last boss battle, I think it's like... Yeah. Yeah, you cheese strat. I can't believe it worked. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have like started over. Jesus Christ! Oh my god! This took so long! Jesus, this took longer than Resident Evil 1! Jesus Christ, and Resident Evil 1 was such a pain in the butt, guys! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. But you know what? I feel like this is a lot better than Resident Evil 1. It was worth the time. But you know, I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. It's a good game. She's so upset. Oh my god. I'm just happy it's over, guys. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the redeem. I was here at the whole stream. That's something rare, right? Usually you leave. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god, my back aches, my head aches, my neck is sore. Oh my god. It feels good. I needed this win. I needed this win. I need the max win, guys. I need a max win. Oh my goodness. Wow, it feels good. Wow, I'm such a crack gamer, guys. Wow. Wow, Shen, you're so amazing. Oh my god. Wow, Shen, you're incredible. You're the greatest VTuber of all time. Come on, guys, glaze me out. Huh? Glaze me out. Tell me I'm good. Huh? Oh my goodness. Now that that's done, I'm assuming you're wrapping up, so I'm gonna hop off myself, get some sleep for work tomorrow. Alright, kiddos, thank you for coming, thank you for joining. Bye. Have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closets, check under your bed, cause I'm gonna work. Can I skip this? Oh, I could. Alright. Machine gun acquire. Rocket launcher acquire. 50k skill points acquired. New game and model viewer cannot be selected in the main menu. You cannot choose a different difficulty setting when selecting a new game. Oh my god. So now I could play like hardcore mode. Technically, right? Okay. Clear time 19 hours. Yo, almost 20 hours. Almost 20 hours. Number of deaths 126. I died 126 times. Oh my god. Let me save my game. Save this freaking game. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to never touching this game ever again. My favorite streamer did it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. You know what? It's been a good 5 hours, 12 minutes. I finished this a lot sooner than I thought. I thought I was gonna do like 6 hours today. Not gonna lie. But, you know what? Thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you all for joining. Thank you all for it. I'm probably just gonna end it here. No raid. No singing. No singing. Oh, you only sing? Ring around a rosy. Pockets full of posies. Action. Action. We all fall down. Alright. Did you guys know that that lullaby, that kid's lullaby, like the Ring Around Rosie, is about the freaking plague, the dark plague? That's crazy, you know? That's insane. That's so dark. Like London Bridge. London Bridge is falling down. That's about the London Bridge falling down. Like I just know, like oh my god, the Black Plague. Oh, wrong. Wrong words. Anyways, right. Okay, guys, bye, goodbye. I'm leaving. Okay, thank you all for joining. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you all for chilling with me. Hope you have a good day. Oh, thank you for all the hush. Okay, thank you all for coming by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, Seneca. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, everyone. I don't know what else to say. How does one does the outro? I don't know. Shen, why don't you know? You should do it. Shen doesn't know. Don't yell at her. I don't know. Okay. Make sure you lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, cause I'm gonna lurk. Bye bye, everyone.